சரி சரி சார் கண்ணன் சார் கேட்குதா?
கேட்குறது. இந்த வீடியோ வால் எதுக்கு அந்த இது போட வேண்டாம்னு சொல்லுங்கள், லூப்பா.
ஓகே தேங்க்யூ சார்.
ஓகே
தேங்க்யூ.
ஒரே ஒரு தடவை இந்த ஐஐடியோட எம்ப்ளம் மட்டும் என்னோட இமேஜ் அங்கே வர மாதிரி பார்த்துக்குங்க. அதான் மினிஸ்டரோட இதுவாக இருக்கும்.
ஓகே
ஒரு தடவை செக் பண்ணிவிட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் எடுத்துடலாம். எனக்கு காமிக்க கொஞ்சம் அந்த ஸ்க்ரீன். Rudra, 1 minute. Okay. Host control நான் உங்களுக்கு மாற்ற போகிறேன்.
சார் பார்த்துறீங்களா?
பார்த்துட்டு எனக்கு சென்டர் ஸ்க்ரீன் காமிக்கல. எனக்கு லெக்டர்ன் அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு போர்ஷன் ஆஃப் தி வீடியோ வால் தான் தெரியுது. எனக்கு சென்டர் ஸ்க்ரீனில் என்ன வருதுங்கிறத பார்க்கணும். ஓகே பர்ஃபெக்ட். சரி ஆல்ரைட். ஓகே ரைட். ஒரே ஒரு தடவை பிபிடி இன்னைக்கு செக் பண்ணது தானே, அதுக்கப்புறம் இன்னைக்கு மார்னிங் செக் பண்ணல இல்லையா?
இல்லை சார்.
ஓகே ரைட். So now I'm going to cut off my audio and I'm going to transfer you as the host. Take care.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Record it on the computer.
Yes, thank you.
Deck. Deck. Screen up பண்ணிடுங்க. Participants உள்ள வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. Screen up பண்ணிடுங்க. Good morning everyone. We'll be starting the program very shortly, and warm welcome to IIT Madras and IIT Madras Research Park. We'll be starting the program very shortly. Please do hold. அனைவருக்கும் என் இனிய காலை வணக்கம். A very good morning to everyone present here. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this Digital India RISC-V Symposium, a tech showcase for India's future electronics, jointly organized by IIT Madras and IITM Pravartak Foundation, supported by the Ministry of Information, Electronics and Information Technology, Govt of India, and then RISC-V International. For the invocation ceremony, may I now request everyone to rise up for Tamil Thai Vaalthu, followed by Vande Mataram.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழுலொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அது சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு பிறை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிளமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே 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 வந்தே மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் வந்தே மாதரம் சுஜலாம் சுஃபலாம் மலயஜ शीतलां सस्यश्यामलां मातरं वन्दे मातरं शुभ्रज्योत्स्ना पुलकितयामिनी पुल्लकुसुमित द्रुमदलशोभिनी सुहासिनी सुमधुरभाषिणी सुखदां वरदां मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरं वन्दे मातरम्.
Thank you. May I now request Professor V. Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, to welcome the gathering, followed by the technical session on RISC-V Knowledge Center.
So very good morning to all of you. Good morning. Thank you. Very hearty welcome to IIT Madras campus. For many of you, welcome to Chennai, welcome to Tamil Nadu. And of course for a lot of, at least couple of presentation through VC mode, welcome to India. So friends, today is a very important event in the long journey of semiconductors which our country has embarked upon. We have started this journey somewhere around 2013 or 2014 timeline, where we believed that there is going to be a major digital revolution that's going to happen globally, there are many electronic devices that are going to come very close to our living. We will be virtually living in a digital home surrounded by electronics, and each of these electronics will have a microprocessor, and that microprocessor, if it is unknown, it is something like you buying a home and we say that there will be 2 or 3 strangers and you have to live with them. And that will never be a very convincing scenario for any one of us. And there must be a concerted effort wherein we make our own microprocessor for our country. We make our own indigenous processor. We know what is inside that processor, and that must come without any encumbrance. Nobody should make a claim on it. And every application today has its own DNA, and we should be in a position to quickly go and configure and customize a processor depending upon our need. These were some of the very important considerations that we had, and we started the journey around 2013, 2014 timeline, wherein we started with some of the commercial but willing to make open type of architectures. And when we started looking at those architectures, there were 2 or 3 important points that it did not satisfy. Number one, that there was a very big ecosystem around it, lot of masala. Trying to understand that and trying to maintain itself would be a very difficult task. To customize it to our own needs would be a still more difficult task. And to maintain the tool chain and to enhance its capability to better frequencies, better performance, all this were nightmare. So we gave up the effort of going with commercially available processors and wanted something to start on a clean slate. And that is where Berkeley and MIT started this RISC-V, which is a completely extensible architecture. I'll be talking about it in my presentation. And they said that we will make it encumbrance free, and they did it by making it as a open source BSD license. Just to clarify to many of you, when software or hardware are released, they are released based on some licensing condition. Open source licensing also comes with some tag. For example, if you take a software which is released under GNU license, GNU license, whenever you make a change, you have to give it back to the community. But when it comes out with a BSD license, whenever there is a change, you need not give it back. And that is extremely important, because when startups and strategic sector try to customize and make the processors suitable to their needs, there is no necessity for them to tell what they have done with this. So a completely selfless licensing term is the BSD license, and the RISC-V does come with this BSD license. So IIT Madras joined this bandwagon somewhere in 2014, and then from now on the journey started, and it's almost, we are completing 9 years, and we have tasted quite a bit of success, and I'll also be mentioning it during my presentation. And today I could very confidently tell that there are at least half a dozen companies who are looking at RISC-V from India, and the whole IP belongs to them, and we are now in the cusp of trying to release chips which can suit many applications. And if things go well, and thanks to many policies of the government, thanks to many initiatives of the government, including the semiconductor policy, I'm sure within the next few months or if not a year, we will start seeing prototype chips, and then we will start seeing products coming out of our own microprocessor. So what I will be doing in the first 20 minutes of time that is allotted to me, I will go through this journey. I will go through what IIT Madras is doing in this direction. What is the DIRV, Digital India RISC-V initiative? And what is it that we can offer for startups? And we also have an exciting exhibition in the 6th floor. I also strongly recommend that you all have a look at what is happening there. And for many educational institutions, what is it that we need to do going forward? RISC-V is not a project. RISC-V is not a mission, just a mission. RISC-V must be a revolution. And what we need to do is what we will discuss today. And we will also try to convince that this is extremely important for our country. And this know-how, every student who have come here, who are going to run the show, say 10 years down the line, we get an idea about what we need to do. And I think that itself is a good message that we want to convey through this DIRV Symposium. With these words, let me start making this presentation on what we call as the RISC-V Knowledge Center. Thanks to our Hon'ble Minister of State, Shri Rajeev Chandrasekar ji. He will be coming. He had to come here physically today, but due to certain commitments in Delhi, he could not come. But he will come virtually. He is going to address all of us. But thanks to his very committed intervention, I must say, that we have started this Digital India RISC-V program, which in my opinion is the real milestone that we have achieved. And I'm also grateful to the Ministry of Information Technology that they have made me the chief architect for this DIRV program. And we also have a program manager, Krishna Kumar Rao from CDAC. Is he here? Yes, please stand up. So he is the program manager for the Digital India RISC-V effort. And what I will be presenting now is a very quick introduction to what is RISC-V instruction set architecture and some activities that are happening under one particular element or entity under the DIRV, which is the DIRV Knowledge Center. Hey, Rudra. So this is the agenda I have. We'll talk about RISC-V. We'll talk about the execution model. We'll talk about the DIRV RKC role and what is IIT Madras doing. And overall, what are the activities as on today, especially in the last academic year. So let me start with RISC-V. RISC stands for Reduced Instruction Set Computer, and this is the 5th generation of that particular RISC instruction set architecture. Now friends, you would have worked with assembly program. Many of you would have done assembly programming. How many people have done assembly programming? Can you put your hands up here? Right? Many of you have done. And there are two types of, the assembly language itself is named as an instruction set architecture. There are two types of instruction set architectures. One is the CISC, which is the complex instruction set computer, and another is the RISC, which is the reduced instruction set computer. Now there are fundamental differences between CISC and RISC, and one fundamental difference is that the CISC, the amount of information a particular byte of the instruction conveys to the architecture would be very high. For example, if you take the Intel X86 it's an example of a CISC wherein a single byte will do some 10-15 actions, right? And when you come to the RISC, typically these are fixed format instruction sets, wherein if you have, say, 32 bits, the first 5 bits will stand for, say, opcode, the 10 bits will stand for operand 1, etc. So these are all fixed format instruction sets. So the amount of information a particular byte can convey to the hardware is much lesser, and it's fixed. So the RISC basically gives us lot more flexibility. One of the important flexibility is when you want to execute an instruction, you fetch the instruction, the next part is the decoding of the instruction. What will the decoding of the instruction into many control signals which will guide the different multiplexers and the data path and the control path. Now this decoding part becomes extremely simple in the case of RISC. Just to give you a comparison, we did the decoder for x86. The logic that we have put, the size of the decoder, after you make the decoder, you synthesize the decoder, the size of the decoder is at least 20 times larger than the 3-stage RISC processor that we had done. So this is what you get when you have a CISC, because the decoding itself becomes a nightmare. The next important thing is that when we announce a instruction set architecture to suit different needs, the instruction set must be extensible. What we mean by extensibility is that when I get into a new application, for that application, I need to devise new instructions. For example, if I am going to do an application that is going to manage storage, I need lot of bit manipulation there. When I want to do an application that is going to handle streaming media, I need more of multimedia type of instructions, like this packed instructions, where you add bytes together parallelly. You use more of what you call a single instruction, multiple data type of execution. So different applications will need different types of instructions. Now this extensible instruction set is one, wherein you can add a new instruction very quickly and without touching the previous encoding, right? And that is what extensibility offers, and that is extremely key if someone has to develop their own new microprocessor for a specific application. Then, as I mentioned, this is an open source instruction set architecture based on the BSD license. It comes with no encumbrance. There were instances where certain instruction sets were used, and when some of the instructions got implemented after the processor came out in public, people started suing them, saying that implementation was patented. So these type of encumbrances is not attached to this, and that makes the life of the startup very easy. The startup cannot run with an atom bomb under their seat, without knowing when it will burst, right? And whether it's an atom bomb or a small shell. So this is the real uncertainty which this overall patenting and killing the startups lead to, and that is completely avoided because now we have this BSD license. And friends, we must say that when 2015, when the RISC-V Foundation was started, we were some of the founding members. IIT Madras was a founding member. Today we have thousands of members who have joined this, so it is an exponentially increasing global adoption, really exponentially increasing global adoption, very close to the Moore's law. We can call it as RISC-V law. Every 18 months we see the number of fellows joining the bandwagon, joining this journey, doubling. And very importantly, this will facilitate hardware accelerator development. So there are very systematic ways by which we can add accelerators to this. And we can quickly do where either it can be a memory mapped device, or it can also be inside your architecture. The extensible instruction set allows you to do this hardware acceleration. You can devise a new instruction for this hardware accelerators. Hardware acceleration becomes extremely important. Why? Because today a mobile phone needs edge intelligence. We need to put a small GPU inside your mobile phone to do some of the edge intelligent activities. You need to add a spiking neural network to do handwriting or fingerprint recognition quickly. So you have many applications there. You can today have an OCR, original character reading, done on the mobile phone. We need an architecture specifically for that, which will be driven by a neural network. So when we want to add these hardware and integrate it with your architecture, and also, so building hardware is like building dam. We need to fill it with good water. So we need to have a software chain there. So getting the software chain up is also very important. So the entire software flow, which is also very important to note, is developed globally, and there is a very vibrant community which keeps upgrading the software as and when the instruction set is evolving. And that makes it very interesting. It makes the life of hardware accelerator development very easy. And then we have several RISC-V. So depending upon the need, you can configure your RISC-V. For example, I could have an RV32i, which is just a 32-bit microprocessor with integer. You can quickly translate to RV64i. We have RVWMO, so many instructions. So one of the things that many of the startups are doing, I think they will present here today, is that you just have a config file. You go and make one bit 1 there. It will become a 32-bit. If you compile, you will get a 32-bit processor. If you go and make that bit 0, you will get a 64-bit processor. If I go and enable one flag, the entire integer will come. If you enable another flag, the floating point will come, double precision will come, etc. So this is how the processors can be quickly generated, and the process can be, just with certain compilation flags, you can get different varieties of these processors. So this is a very exciting journey, very interesting stuff, very interesting for young people who can invest some more time exploring to join these startups and explore this very interesting stuff. Rather than going and sitting in somewhere working on somebody's code, you can develop your own code. And this is also a good opportunity for us as a country to generate more employers rather than employees. And that's very, very important. 2047, another 24 years now. We are touching the next Independence Day. We have been telling another 25 years, now that 1 year has gone. Time is flying. When we really want India to be a superpower, one thing I want, I'll be some 87, 88. I don't know I'll be there or not. But certainly what I will require is that India must be a superpower in microprocessor, and that will be very important, right? And for that, all of you should put lot of effort here and try to boost this RISC-V. So like a national flag, national bird, we have a national ISA thanks to Rajeev ji. The national instruction set architecture is RISC-V. Let us all commit ourselves to RISC-V and try to take this forward. And what I'll be covering in the next few slides is what we are doing from IIT Madras, from the DIRVI, what we are trying to do to make this revolution a successful revolution. So this is the way industry has gone on RISC-V. So when we just look at 2010 to 2016, we had the ISA definition that was growing up, and we did have a lot of interesting conversation with Dave Patterson. At one point of time, so Dr. Neil is here. So we initially started that, and then we started writing queries to Berkeley saying, why are you changing the bit pattern? And then from Asnovich team, there was a comment, why are you bothered about it? Then we said, we are developing the RISC-V processor. and that's where it all started. And so the ISA was growing from 2010 to 2016, and then there were software tests that were happening. 2017, 2018, there were a lot of proof of concept SOCs. There was the rocket that came from Berkeley, and there was Remo and Rice Creek that came from IIT Madras. We had these processors for power management, communications, and these things also started coming up. So all minute things that processors were doing slowly started migrating to RISC-V. So, and the software, we had a lot of bare metal software, which can basically compile into the assembly and run. Then the 2019 to 2020, we saw the RV32 coming up in full-fledged, along with the privilege modes. So friends, there are 4 privilege modes. The user mode, which normally the applications execute. There is an hypervisor mode. Then there is a supervisor mode, where typically system programs execute. Then there is a machine mode. The machine mode, hypervisor mode, supervisor mode, and then the user mode. This is the sequence. And then, so these modes are extremely important. Today we are talking about a lot of hacks. There are a lot of cyber security issues are coming. So these privilege modes allow a safe execution of an operating system, provided the operating system has some certain privilege, certain security features inbuilt in it. There are some interesting cases of operating system which are case studies for virus, right? And those operating systems cannot run. But some other interesting operating systems like Linux can very safely be ported. You do have one exciting presentation by SecureWeave where this hypervisor has been very well used to make a software layer called separation kernel. And the separation kernel isolates your hardware from the basic operating system. So this gives an opportunity for us to run a completely unknown operating system. Completely, even though we give you a source code, I'm sure many of us cannot go through the million, if not billion lines of source that is even part of your Android or your other distributions, even on your mobile phone. And then there is hardware. So this separation kernel gives you a very nice flexibility, very nice infrastructure for you to basically study the hardware and software interactions and get a lot more control over the system. And we have demonstrated, I think they will also be demonstrating, that many of the rootkits can be avoided. So rootkits can be handled. So this privilege mode becomes extremely important. The hypervisor mode is being used for actually execution of the separation kernel. So these all came up, interrupts came, a lot of microcontrollers came. At that point, we also taped out a couple of chips, and both were first time success. So I have the 2 authors of them, Neil and Arjun. Can you please stand up? So thank you very much. These are the first RISC-V chip in India. So Neil was the coordinator for the 22 nanometer chip that we taped out, and Arjun was the coordinator of the 180 nanometer chip that we did in SCL. Friends, when we did this 180 nanometer, I got a call from western part of the world saying that if this chip works, then you can retire. But on September 22nd or 21st, midnight, it worked, and I called up that person and said, chip is working, I'm not retiring, and I'm still not retired. Okay. So, friends, what we proved to that, the design was done at IIT, the back end was done here, one of the fabrication in SCL, another in Intel. We thank Intel for giving us that, the facility of the 22 nanometer in their Oregon fabs. But then again, the PCB was done here, assembly was done here, software was compiled, booted. So we essentially proved the world that there is a processor ecosystem existing in this country, and we cannot just be saying that we are hopeless. As many of the CEOs who come here say we are hopeless, we are really hopeful, and really we showed this. Now after that, we have 2 more silicon success at SCL Semiconductor Laboratory 180 nanometer. And this is what I am still confident that as a country we will have the complete processor ecosystem made, and time is not too far that we make the most advanced microprocessor in the world. Right. Now the last part is 2021 and beyond. This is where all SOCs are coming, and the RV64, the 64-bit came, and lot of new instruction sets came, the bit manipulation, and then the debug mode. Many things got freezed, especially the hypervisor specification got freezed at that point, and many SOCs, and of course lot of software, lot of versions of Linux, lot of versions of programming languages like OCaml, etc. all got ported now. We have a lot of drivers today, and we have AI compilers. So this ecosystem is growing, and for all the young students, we must go into systems. Of course, AI and ML are very important. When I joined IIT in 2001 as a teacher, I started teaching VLSI. The first acronym I said, VLSI is very large source of income, and so many people started joining me. Right? Then my colleague Ravi joined, and slowly I saw that completely this architecture within computer science, leave alone some other discipline saying computer science is grabbing all the students. Even within computer science, architecture or operating system or compilers, we are not finding people who are coming and taking it up. And of course, AI ML gives you a lot of good, great jobs. But please, for your AI and ML to execute, you need hardware, you need compilers, you need operating systems. So there should be a good concentration of people, and this can give you, even in the private industry, a government job, a very stable job. If you are a Linux architect, I don't think any company can throw you out. Okay? So this is very, very important. So I request all of you first to take these courses very seriously. I request all the universities here, somebody may be watching, to change the curriculum, not do the old Gaonkar 8085 assembly. Come a little forward, do 64-bit assembly and something more, and have a very vibrant system thing. And system programming, understanding architecture is difficult, but then nothing comes easy. And if you do that, you become the king. I'm telling you, you will not have retirement. I know certain Linux admins, Linux architects in some of the organizations, post-retirement they are given pay hike and they are sitting there. So you will have a permanent commitment, if not this birth, continue to next birth also, if you can carry this Linux there. So this is my humble request to many of you. Please invest some more time in understanding compilers and operating system, and that will give you a very stable future. So all these things have happened, and that last segment, today we are all struggling because we have very few compilers and OS enthusiasts. After that comes expertise, but first enthusiasm. We are also trying to do that on a continual basis. And this is the RISC-V Alliance. There are many more. I think something got shaded here. So we have Chips Alliance, Confidential Computing Consortium, Global Platforms, Haskell Foundation, many of them. And we have a lot of development partners here. This slide, sorry, this is not complete. But you can go to the RISC-V Foundation website, and we can take it. So sometimes we are very happy when our prediction dream becomes reality. When we ventured on to 2014, I think it was a midnight decision. I think Neil, Madhu has come here today? No, not. So we were all sitting in our room at BSP 311 deciding whether we should go for RISC-V or continue with the other processor. And we made this decision that we'll go with RISC-V. It was almost a midnight decision. But then that day, one of the biggest query people were asking, how are you confident that this will be, are you not wasting your time? What will happen if this will not come through? But we did have a very confident thought that this will become successful. And as we see the RISC-V law, like Moore's law, every 18 months we are doubling the total number of alliance partners to this. We are very confident that the decision we made, I can say 50% luck, but 50% informed decision. So this is very important. From our country's perspective, we have invested quite significant amount of money. The growth of RISC-V is extremely important for us. So this is a RISC-V execution model. So we have this RKC, which is a RISC-V knowledge center. And these are all the things. Again, if there are investors looking at this. I'm sure you all know about it, but I want to reiterate that doing a semiconductor startup is not a joke, right? So one thing is, the first thing that RKC we need to do is that we have to interface with the RISC-V Foundation, right? We need to be in sync with them. And whatever changes that are happening, we need to reflect it in different forms. The next important thing is the software tool chain. I'm coming to the hardware later, but software tool chain is extremely important today, because without the software, we can't even test what the hardware is. And then we need to also provide the latest hardware, because if a startup wants to do something, they should be given a golden reference model, which is an hardware model. So we are also doing that in a regular fashion. So I will tell some of the releases that we have done. And at this moment, I should also place on record my deep sense of gratitude to BlueSpec. BlueSpec started, we invested in BlueSpec. Again, BlueSpec is a very much more advanced. That much is, too much is small. Actually, much more advanced language than Verilog. People who have been working on Verilog and VHDL must seriously consider moving to BlueSpec, because 3 chips success, everything first, lot of unknowns, we owe it to BlueSpec, because BlueSpec gives you, at the stage of compilation itself, it gives you lot of errors which Verilog will miss. Typically synchronization type of issues, typically race conditions, and typically all the other synthesis related ambiguities that we get in Verilog, all those are completely avoided in BlueSpec. And BlueSpec is a highly rule-based grammar, and there is also a very good strong scope for formal verification that could be done. And that's going to be important, because when you start designing things for critical market, especially real-time systems, the question will be that what is the guarantee that an interrupt generated will reach the processor in 2 cycles? If you have a Verilog code, this is just sheer luck. Okay? But if in a BlueSpec code, you can do a formal verification and basically tell, yes, it will reach within two cycles. Of course, there is a lot more work to be done, but that is extremely important. So BlueSpec is another, and BlueSpec started as a commercial venture, but down the line, that also somehow it became very favorable to us. Today, BlueSpec is an open source language. You can download and you can compile it. So this makes the entire ecosystem open source ecosystem here. The next is EDA tools, which cost several $1 million, and then the tool vendors, right? So what we have set up here is for the startups specifically incubated through us. We are giving them access to these EDA tools. We have got also a good AWS framework, where you will be provided an opportunity to work with the state-of-the-art EDA tools. The next thing comes is the IP. IPs are quite costly. As you know, simple UART, I2C, and the I2S, and all these SPIs, QuadSpy, they are simple things, but very costly. So leave alone the USBs, the DDR5 or gigabit Ethernet, etc. And all these are very important, because these are the Upadevatas in the central core. That these need to be there, and without them you can't execute anything here. And so we also have a good tie-up with the IP vendors who can provide the startups at a reasonable cost. And then we also support people in terms of PD. We have very good PD people here, physical design people. Puru, are you here? It's yet to come. So we have very senior people who can help out on this. And then we also have an interface with Foundry. The Foundry interface essentially comes with the PDK, the physical design kit that we need, and that is also, who's changing? So Foundry is also very important. And then of course, the startups can come and use all these things. So we serve as your interface to the RISC-V Foundation. to the software tool chains. We provide you a lot of softwares that you can execute on your customized processor. We give you golden reference model. We help you interface. We provide you EDA tools. We help you interface with the IP vendors and also the foundry. So these are all some things that the RISC-V Knowledge Center is doing and hopefully will continue to do in the years to come. Now, this basically summarizes what we are doing. So please understand that there is a need, if we want to grow in this particular segment, there is a need for us to basically, as a country, we need to have a representation in the RISC-V community, and this RKC's role is to ensure that our country's needs are sufficiently represented in the foundation. Needless to tell you that a very similar effort is very similar. Parallel track would be on the communication, where the 3GPP holds the complete key of what should be the 5G standard and 6G standard, etc. And after several decades, India did have one of her own standard, the 5GI, harmonized with the current release 17 of the 5G, right? And but we must have a very strong representation about our needs in the RISC-V community, and RISC-V Knowledge Center will certainly aspire to be closely working with the RISC-V Foundation so that our country is well represented, our needs are represented, and things go there. Now, on the activities, we have a C-class normative architecture. C-class is an in-order pipelined architecture. The version 2 was released in January 2023. We have done major enhancements to the pipeline. We have upgraded the caches, and a full-fledged, much more verified FPU implementation is there. And we are also we have done a conformance to the debug 1.0 spec. Debug is extremely important, especially for the startups who are going to boot the processor. The version 3.0.1 was released in May 2023, and 3.0.2 released in July 2023. So almost every 2 months we are trying to get. The I-class is a real out of order mobile class and extensible to server class normative architecture. We have done the basic thing earlier, and now it is functionally complete. We have booted Linux successfully. Now performance testing and improvements are in progress, and it's going to be a continual process here. And on the tape outs, we had a 64-bit customized version of C-class taped out from SCL recently. This is in addition to the 3 chips that we had done in the past. We had one 32-bit and 2 64 bits done earlier, and the wafer level is completed, and this is for one of our important space community. And then we have a quad-core implementation that is happening, and we are also developing a lot of IPs, because to reduce the cost of IPs, typically the MIPI, the I3C, CAN, I2S, these type of IPs are developed, and all will be made free of cost to all the startups, not just in India, across the world, who would like to use it. Then very important today to be very much aware of what is happening in the RISC-V ISA. We need something called the architecture compatibility test. So the ACT for various RISC-V ISA extensions are in progress, and there is a child emulator on RISC-V has been enhanced with PLIC support, and then we are currently working on having many extension support in SAIL. And there is a RISC-V lab that we are setting up in RKC. The RISC-V International requested us to set up a RISC-V lab at IITM. So we are now setting up 8 numbers of RISC-V Vision V1 and V2 boards. They are getting configured, and the RISC-V product solution developers and end users across the globe can use this particular stuff. And we had very happy to say that we had 4 startups who have been incubated by IIT Madras and 1 mentored by IIT Madras. And Mindgrow and Encore have closed the next rounds of funding, and I'm sure within the next few months we will start seeing many prototypes coming up. They have set up the stalls here, and I request all of you to have a look at it and also interact with the 2 CTOs here. I have Neil and Sharan and Shashwat. So interact with them to understand what it means to set up an semiconductor thing, and they have very hard lessons that they have learned. They have sacrificed quite a bit to come to this stage, and I hope all the startups, all the people who have interest in setting up such type of companies can learn from their experience, so that you can quickly ramp up and go leapfrog. They are also open source. They will convey a lot of details with you on how to quickly ramp up. And we have also multiple customers are identified for the chips invention. So this is one part of the story, and the other part is, of course, there is a commercial wing of the India Microprocessor Development Project, which is done by Vega from CDAC. And today, Krishna Kumar will have a presentation on the Vega series of processors. They have certain commercial boards that could be even purchased today from the market. And that will quickly enable you to develop certain RISC-V based application, get accustomed to the RISC-V instruction set architectures and so on. So these are things. We have a very exciting journey in front of us, and today I'm sure we will have multiple presentations that will introduce you to the different facets of RISC-V, and I'm sure you will have a technically rewarding day, and it will also be a changing point. I hope to see many more people adopting RISC-V, many more universities coming into RISC-V. Take the courage of changing our curriculum, and let us all commit ourselves to this RISC-V revolution, the national instruction set architecture of our country. Thank you very much.
Many thank you, Professor Kamakoti. May I now request the Project Director of IITM Pravartak Technologies Foundation, Professor Devendra Jalihal, to felicitate Professor Kamakoti with a bouquet.
Okay. Oh, okay. So I first give you this, and then
Thank you, Professor Kamakoti. Next, we have a special address from the RISC-V International, the CEO of RISC-V International, Callista Redmond. Deck, can we have the presentation from Callista?
Hi, I'm Callista Redmond, CEO of RISC-V International. Thank you for allowing me to share some thoughts with you today on this great day as we talk about the investments that India is making in RISC-V and the difference that that is making around the world. So thank you so much for joining, and thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts with you. You know, let's just remember that the greatest challenges of our world, the greatest opportunities of our time have come to us through collaboration. It is when we come together that we solve challenges, that we find and discover new frontiers. We are at that time in computing architectures. For generations, decades and decades, we have relied upon, well, two architectures. Once upon a time, there were about 50, and today there have been two, and now RISC-V is a formidable third. And that, RISC-V architecture is our opportunity, our collective opportunity around the world to unleash creativity, to embark on innovations, to bring compute to workloads that had never imagined that in the past. And that ushers in economic growth for all of us, including India. There are three main reasons why RISC-V is poised to be so successful. As the most successful architecture in history, we are on course, as forecasted, to be inevitable. We are inevitable across all workloads. And we're also enabling the best processors. This is by design. By design because you have full transparency and full control over the innovation that you can bring to your workload challenge. And no hardware acts alone. In isolation, we need an entire ecosystem of IP design, of software providers, of the entire surround and all stakeholders that are engaged in this community, from engineers early in their studies at university through to multinationals who have already established positions around the world. And this is the opportunity that we are here together with. So let's go into those for just a few minutes. You know, RISC-V is inevitable. Today, there are already more than 10 billion RISC-V cores shipping. We heard that voice from many different parts of industries, many different industries, from the smallest embedded to the largest HPC. This innovation and adoption is moving rapidly and at an unprecedented rate. In fact, processing capabilities and innovations have not grown this fast in all of compute history. This, again, is not just relegated to the smallest of embedded processors, but it's also, as they might say, ludicrous, you know, highly performant, massively capable processing. And this is because of the shared collective investment. Again, when we come together, we have that collective investment, that shared investment of all of us pitching in, of all of us investing for the collective interests of the community and for independent commercial and other interests. And this is important to fostering the success of an ecosystem. Each of us has a role to play. Each of us has so much to gain. So let's look at that investment for a minute. You know, you've heard from governments, such as the European Commission issuing various grants. You've heard of the Euro HPC. In fact, even the president of Spain is talking about RISC-V. You've heard from Intel and other large corporations like Qualcomm who are investing deeply, who are already seeing the results of their massive investments. So these are just a snapshot of a few. And of course, there's the ministry in India, investing greatly in RISC-V, as you can see in this conference today, of all the shared interests, all the stakeholders, from students to dignitaries. This is our time. This is our time to come together, and we're so glad that you're here. Let's talk about those different industries for a second. So in automotive, we're continuing to see RISC-V meeting the important ISO standards for safety and security. We see tools and workbenches to streamline and accelerate that development process, getting from idea to tape out much faster. And we see companies shifting and pivoting entire strategies from imagination to myths that are embarking on their RISC-V proliferation. In data center and cloud, we continue to see deep investment in high performance numbers of massively accelerating AI over at Meta to imagination, who is embarking on a number of different markets. Companies like Ventana have a very clear focus in the data center for high performance, as well as bringing that same performing capability to workloads like automotive. Alibaba has been with us since the beginning, and they have been such a great open source citizen, both making contributions as well as enabling their own cloud and data center ecosystem. Telecom and communications. We've all really looked with awe at the rapid pace and scale that we've been seeing on Android coming to RISC-V. In fact, Google and the Android team has spoken numerous times on this, and we're continuing to see them play a very active and engaged role in our community, in our membership, both guiding and leading work efforts, as well as making those types of contributions and leveraging their own internal resources to ensure the success of the whole community. Let's keep going. I know I only have a limited amount of time with you today. There's so much to talk about in consumer and IoT devices. Many of these areas are where we had our roots. So from wearables and health monitoring systems through to all the latest in consumer devices, as well as bringing this into many capabilities, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth capabilities in those types of designs. In AI and ML, we continue to see these as some of the hottest fields across industries. Everyone is looking towards AI to streamline workforces, to accelerate time to resolution on challenges that they're facing across their workloads. How are we leveraging AI across domains? These are just a few of the companies who are investing deeply in RISC-V as their strategy to get there. It's their strategy to help their customers, their partners, and their other stakeholders to realize a much brighter future on AI together with RISC-V. High performance computing. This has often been seen as a realm where there's deep investment with research institutes and governments as we look to build and grow HPC workloads. We see this quite a bit in Europe and Asia, and we're continuing to see that growth even in India. Is this on track? Are we following the path that others have said we would? The answer is resounding yes. In fact, we are on track with the forecast that analysts have been putting out for about the last 5 years. So as we look at that analyst trajectory and we understand and see the momentum in the community, we absolutely appreciate the depth of investment, the hundreds of engineers that stand behind all of those great innovations. In the RISC-V community alone, we see this continuing to ramp up. We know that companies like Bluetrum have already shipped more than 3 billion cores. Companies like Qualcomm have publicly declared 650 million RISC-V cores. These are testament to not only ideas, but production, implementation. From idea to implementation is a heavy lift. We recognize and appreciate that. And that's, again, where collaboration comes in. Collaboration with your peers within your groups that are also mutually invested in those areas. A couple of years ago, we saw a report that said nearly 24% of all design starts included RISC-V. I went back to that same reporter a few weeks ago and I said, you said nearly a quarter before, what is that number at now? And he told me, it's difficult to find a design start that does not include RISC-V. Basically saying nearly every new design start today includes RISC-V. This is the sheer magnitude that we are seeing around the world. This is not relegated to one industry or another, but across workloads. This is an important testament to not only the innovation and investment that's going on, but the sheer scale and enormity that we're seeing. In fact, at that same conference, I spoke with all of the major foundries, and I asked them, are you seeing a lot of interest in RISC-V? And they said everyone is knocking on our door, asking about RISC-V, wanting to bring RISC-V to reality in their products and services because of the value that they see in driving their own strategic destiny. You must understand that there is your individual interest in driving your success on RISC-V, and you have the collective interest. You are not relying on a single other company or country to drive your interest in RISC-V. So let's get to the second point. RISC-V truly enables the best processors. This is by design. There is an inherent and sustainable performance advantage and efficiency by designing to RISC-V. This means that you don't start with the burden of all possible extensions and in a black box where you can't make those modifications to fine-tune just for your workload. We understand that gaining the performance, gaining the competitive edge in your microprocessor designs means that you have to have control over many different variables. Perhaps you're looking for high performance or low power or both within certain size constraints. These are things you can achieve by controlling the entire design of your microprocessor. That's not something you can do on any other architecture. In fact, we enable this freedom inherent in how we designed RISC-V from the start, with 47 base instructions in the instruction set, and then you add on only those extensions which are required for your design. And you can do and build those yourself, and we have reserved encoding space, or you can rely on and reach out to and collaborate with a plethora of partners. collaborating with a lot of different partners, whether it's a development partner somewhere in your supply chain or your customers, means that you don't have vendor lock-in. Vendor lock-in is one of the #1 complaints about working with proprietary architectures, is that, you don't have the freedom to move. You don't have the freedom to innovate as you would on RISC-V. And, global standards, open standards in hardware are not new. Open standards have been around for at least more than 100 years as standards were developed initially back in the UK. You look at examples in other domains, like the data center network. Once upon a time, the network and the servers, pretty much the entire thing was owned by a single proprietary provider, or you had to go with that proprietary provider for both network and servers. Along came Ethernet. Now you can bring any server you wish as long as you're on that Ethernet shared global standard network. That's the same premise that bringing standards to microprocessor design at the ISA level brings. That means that you can work with any provider you like to compose your final design. This is a clear advantage in working with RISC-V, and it's starting to really pay off. We're seeing astounding performance benchmarks hit time and again, and we're continuing to see great innovations shared throughout our community. Which brings us to our third point. Again, hardware is not it alone. We must have a robust ecosystem, and we are so proud of the shared collective investment of our community that brings to upstreaming code contributions to that larger ecosystem, as well as the toolchain and OS support that we're seeing coming from the external community. And this, again, enables software choice. And we are making a standardization, virtualization consistent across all implementations. This is a strategic imperative, and it's something that we feel very strongly about. So you think about domain-specific extensions, this is possible on RISC-V. You think about platform standardization, we are accomplishing this through RISC-V compatibility. This goes to profiles and platforms, and there's probably a deeper dive on that. But the blueprint of combinations of the ISA and extensions that will be required for consistency within your design. And we continue to build a contributor culture. Contributor culture means that when you build something and you know that it's going to commoditize quickly, contribute it to the community, differentiate on top of and around that, so that those base building blocks are strong and sturdy for the rest of time. That is continuing to be important to us and to the community. And our ecosystem is growing rapidly. We have hundreds engaged in this effort from different organizations. We don't work in isolation. Just as we ask you to collaborate, we do as well. So we work with our community on upstreaming into these important areas across the ecosystem. And, importantly, if you have not already joined RISC-V International, now is the time. Realize the incredible benefits. It's our goal to help you as an individual, you as a company, you as a student, you as a multinational, you as a country. It is our mission to help you be wildly successful with RISC-V. We appreciate that you are placing a big investment of your time, your resource, your energy, and your efforts on RISC-V, and we're here to support that. We're here to help shore up engineering efforts across our 70 different work groups to ensure that you're able to accelerate your innovation cycle. We're here to give visibility to the great progress that you're making through events, blogs, press releases, analyst relations. As you've seen in my story here today, I'm amplifying all the great progress that many of our members are making, and I would love to include your story too. So if you as an organization, individual, academic institution, and others, please join the community. It will help you accelerate your path to success. So think about where you're going. Build your passion for RISC-V into your everyday. build it in as individuals, as companies, as universities, as research institutes, nonprofits, and as a nation. We are so pleased to have the ministry on the board of RISC-V International and look forward to collaborating to help bring and proliferate RISC-V success across India, engaging in that global opportunity. So thank you so much.
Thank you, RISC-V International, for such a beautiful special address. Very quick in-house announcements. Right now, we'll be leaving for the break. Everyone should be to be seated in the, to be coming to the venue by 10:55. Hon'ble Minister will be joining us virtually at 11 a.m. sharp. I kindly request you to have a tea break in the 6th floor. For the speakers, exhibitors, and special invitees, for them, the tea break has been arranged in the 7th floor itself. And for the rest of the people, rest of the participants, the tea break has been arranged in 6th floor. I request everyone to be seated by 10:55. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
हेलो अंदर कर रहा है
check hello
Hello, check. Tarun ji from the ministry, are you online?
Wait a second. So, am I audible? Wait a second. I'm turning off the mic call. Okay. Okay. Wait a second. Hello. Am I audible? Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. Namaskar.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Test. Test. I request everyone to be seated. Hon'ble Minister of State will be joining in few minutes. May now request Professor Kamakoti to introduce and welcome Hon'ble Minister of State to the gathering.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Sir, you're muted.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Professor
yes, sir.
Kamakoti.
Good morning, sir. So, friends, I extend a very hearty welcome, of course, virtually to Shri Rajeev Chandrasekar, Honorable Minister of Electronics. Just to tell you, for people you might be knowing, Minister is one of the team members of who developed the Intel Pentium. And dream come true. The first time I met him in his chamber, one of the discussion was on cache coherency. I never thought that I'll be discussing cache coherency with a minister, and that is where we started. He has been a pillar of support for RISC-V specifically, and of course in general the semiconductor policy. He very even lot of late night conversations with the RISC-V Foundation, many meetings that were held. And of course, during the Semicon 2022, we announced the Digital India RISC-V. It is now 1 year old now, and we have now progressed. At this juncture, I would like to place my deep sense of gratitude to the Minister for supporting Digital India RISC-V. As I told, like we have a national bird, a national anthem, we have a national instruction set architecture. Sir, we owe it to you. And the entire team, the hall, have around more than 700 people here. We are very eagerly looking forward to listening from you on your vision and your advice on how to take up the remaining part of this very long journey, which we have just completed 1 year. Thank you very much, sir, for joining, and we look forward to you listening to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Kamakoti. Thank you to all of you who are at this program today, at this symposium for the DIR5, to have conversations and discuss the today, the past, the today and the future of a very important program for us in the technology ecosystem. Those of us who are in the public policy space that have the ability and the privilege to shape the future of technology, DIR5 is certainly an important and very important component of that policy framework and our ambition and vision for the future. So first of all, congratulations to all who are here today, including those who have participated in this hackathon and who are those who are aspiring to be DIR5 entrepreneurs and startups, those who are already DIR5 entrepreneurs startups, those who have hopefully today the ability to be influenced and join the DIR5 movement. To all of you, very good morning and congratulations. Before I jump into DIR5 and tell you why this is important and what Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's views and vision for this are, let me step back a little bit and tell you about this amazing situation that we find ourselves in. That is, as a nation, we are today sitting and talking about the future of technology in very confident terms, knowing fully well that we are going to be participants and contributors to the way the future of our technology ecosystem, the global ecosystem, can be shaped. The fact that we find ourselves here at all should be something that we must be truly happy and satisfied and in many ways surprised. Because just a few years ago, less than a decade ago, India was a consumer of technologies. We essentially were a large market that consumed technologies and innovation that were innovated outside of this country, and we were really around the edges, on the periphery of this core deep tech innovation ecosystem of semiconductors, electronics, high performance systems. And it is in 2015 that this vision was laid out by our Honorable Prime Minister that India must transform from being a consumer of technologies to a country where our young innovators and young startups, and indeed young or old, regardless, are architecting, designing platforms, solutions, systems, products, devices, as much as any other nation in the world. And so here we are talking about 15 months later after a Semicon India program was launched. Here we are 15 months on talking about the future of DIR5. And here we are talking about how IIT Chennai is fast becoming a hub for innovation, hub for creativity, and hub for the future systems around DIR5. So first of all, congratulations to Professor Kamkoti for your leadership as the chief architect of the DIR5 program. Congratulations to Mr. Krishnakumar Rao. I saw him in the audience for being the program manager of the DIR5, for steering it and navigating it so far. And let me just say that between IIT Chennai and CDAC, you are certainly becoming a beacon to all of the other academic institutions around the world, all of the others who are interested in being part of this rapidly galloping ecosystem of semiconductors and electronics innovation. And you are inspiring them to join this as well. Now, Semicon, for those of you who attended Semicon India 2023 just a few weeks ago in Gandhinagar, certainly you will accept that the cynicism and the skepticism with which the world looked at India's ambitions in semiconductor just a year ago, 15 months ago, has now been replaced by, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the phrase in 2020 was why India, and now it is why not India. And that is really, those two phrases in a lot of ways sharply show you the distance that has been traveled in the 15 months. And I think the DIR5 program is an element of that travel in the last 15 months. The newfound confidence, the newfound determination that we can certainly architect and design systems for the future, for not just for ourselves, but for the world at large. Why is DIR5 so important? So we have already laid the marker on the ground, the Prime Minister, by announcing the 76,000 crore program, and for semiconductors already established that in semiconductor design and semiconductor research, we are going to invest significantly and we are going to create our space, our successes in the coming months and years. And that he has also said on the 15th of August 2021, that in a lot of ways this is going to be defining the India decade, this decade of technology opportunities, which will be in large part driven by the creativity, innovation of our young Indian engineers and startups all around the country. So it is in that context that we are talking about DIR5 today. It is in that context that we evaluate where we are today and we lay out what goals are going forward. Innovation, functionality, performance. Now, if there are 2 or 3 mantras for the coming years for the DIR5 program, I think the last 1 year, the last 15 months were the easy months in some sense, notwithstanding, and I don't want to play down the effort that has been put. We are now clearly making sure the government of India is very committed to making DIR5 as Professor Kamakoti mentioned, the Indian ISA. That we are, while we may continue to have activities and programs in the x86 and ARM space, but we are almost all in the DIR5 program. And that all of the systems and innovation and technology and capabilities that we need in the automotive IoT sensor space, in the mobility space, in the compute and high performance computing space. And this, by the way, our ambition in the India Decade spans all of these three areas. The automotive industrial space, which includes IoT, the mobility, and the compute, including high performance compute. Our goal is to make sure that DIR5 is a serious presence in all of these three segments. Number one. Number two, the real message I want to give, in addition to saying that we will back DIR5, is that the expectation from the DIR5 community and the DIR5 ecosystem is not just anymore about functionality. Can you do an x86 equivalent with DIR5 is no longer the answer. Can the DIR5 based system beat an x86 ARM equivalent is the question. And it is, the next coming years are as much going to be about performance, and the ability for our systems to outperform comparable systems that are based on other ISAs and other architectures, as much as it's about discovering new areas where our systems can find application in place. So this is an important message that I want to give to Professor Kamkoti, Mr. Krishna Kumar Rao, and the entire ecosystem, that while we expect the DIR5 ecosystem to have tremendous applications and a large spectrum of diverse applications within the ecosystem in India, and I'm even willing to today commit in front of you that our high performance computing goals that CDAC is today working on, and increasingly an ecosystem of private public partnership that is being developed, will also see DIR5 at the heart of it. Earlier there was some confusion about whether we will go the ARM way or the x86 way or any other way, but I want to commit to you today that the government is committed to making sure that DIR5 has a central place in our high performance computing ambitions and the future of high performance computing systems that are being designed and developed out by CDAC and other partners in India. So I am willing to go down the government, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, and this entire policy making framework is ready to back DIR5. But our expectations are that we architect, you architect, that the entire community lays out as a target that we create world-beating systems in terms of both performance and innovation. The other aspects of performance, I hope I've made this point very clear, that the future is as much about performance as it is about innovation. The second point I want to clearly make is, as the internet is getting more and more complex with 5G and 6G, and we are no longer just man-to-man networks or person-to-person networks, it is machine-to-person, and the complexity of the underlying network is increasing. The applications that are hitherto yet to be discovered, there are going to be more and more new applications where silicon and semiconductors and systems will find place. Who would have thought 5 years ago or 6 years ago that an automotive, a car that was defined by an internal combustion engine and a drivetrain and 4 wheels and a steering wheel and some mechanical components, today would be the cutting edge of siliconization. So I think as we look forward, there are yet to be discovered applications of digitization, yet to be discovered places where silicon chips and systems will find place, and with increasing intensity. So innovation and finding more and more use cases is the second pillar for the DIR5 ecosystem. Performance and application. And if I today have to look to the future, and I'm not a crystal ball gazer, but certainly in the job that I have today, the fortunate job that I have today, I can certainly crystal ball gaze and say that I see down the road many of the digital products that we consume today, whether it is the cloud and the data center, whether it is a mobile device, whether it is a tablet, whether it is the servers that go into powering our cloud, and the automotives, the sensors, the IoT in 5G and 6G networks, that we will have DIR5 based chips and DIR5 based devices and systems certainly there. I say this because, and I really put this to the academic institutions that are helping the ecosystem grow, that we have to move beyond demonstration of functionality and proof of concept to really developing cutting edge competitive system. And I will share an example of a piece of advice that I got early on in my career as a chip designer from John Crawford, who is the father of the x86. I was one of the first people to do a C compiler that was an x86 targeted C compiler. And I thought I'd done a great job, multiple 1,000 lines of code, went to him, demonstrated him, and he said to me very simply in a 15-second conversation, is this faster than the comparable C compiler for a RISC chip? And so therefore, performance, like I said, it is not enough in today's day to be recognized and to be competitive, just to be functional. We don't want functional systems anymore. We want functional systems that are also cutting edge in terms of performance, in terms of benchmarking against competitive systems from the other ISAs and the other families and architectures of chips. So I would reiterate, we are living at a time very full of opportunities, full of exciting opportunities, but to really make those opportunities fruitful for us, we should be focused on commercially, globally competitive innovation that we design, architect, produce, and deliver to our markets and to our communities around the world. I will leave it at that. Again, Professor Kamkoti, thank you for your leadership and thank you for everybody at IIT Chennai for leading the DIR5 program, Mr. Krishna Kumar Rao from CDAC and the team at CDAC for doing an excellent job. I am extremely confident about the future of DIR5, and I'm extremely confident about the young startups and many young minds who are increasingly joining the RISC-V movement to make India the biggest talent hub for RISC-V, not just for our own needs, our own ambitions as a technology power, but also to help the world develop the RISC-V ecosystem. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Sir, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for your, very importantly, the announcement on the high performance. And we will certainly live up to your expectation. We are putting our best efforts and within the, as promised in the RISC-V roadmap, our startups here, I'm sure you're all living up to the expectation, and we will try to see that all the chips that we have promised will be on time, and we would, next year DIR5 show, certainly we will demonstrate some products that are going to the market. This is our commitment, sir, and certainly we will do that. Sir, we have conducted the first cloud level RISC-V hackathon. It's an international level competition. And sir, in your presence, we will be handing over the prizes. I request Ms. Lavanya from Yoma Systems, another RISC-V based verification startup, who has been coordinating this event on behalf of us, to announce the prize winners.
So we'll first directly announce the prize winners and we'll have the brief of the hackathon. The prize winners are, for the first prize, we have Sean Dalton from Germany, but he will be joining us in the recording, and it's shared by Suresh Kumar Karthikeyan. Suresh is currently pursuing his master's research in 5G non-cellular radio network at IIT Madras after completing his bachelor's in electronics and communications engineering at College of Engineering, Guindy. He is a network enthusiast and an open source supporter. Suresh. The second prize is shared by Manish Patla and Gabriel. Manish is a final year BTech student in ECE at PES University, Bangalore. He has a keen interest in the field of VLSI and has been enthusiastically exploring the different fields in the semiconductor domain. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rajeev ji.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for your presence. And that too, after a very hectic travel, you just took out time for us. We are certainly inspired. And again, I reiterate that we will keep up the commitment, both from the microprocessor to the server to the cloud. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, PPT please. So we'll, for the people who are new to this, we will be briefing what the hackathon is, and we will see the results as well as the analysis of the participation. So, Capture the Bug Hackathon was conducted in the past month as part of the Digital India RISC-V activities, and it was basically intended to provide a platform for the students and the engineering enthusiasts to be part of the RISC-V ecosystem. And we had jointly collaborated with Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology as well as RISC-V International to conduct this hackathon. The hackathon was a first ever global event conducted mainly to bring in the enthusiasm for joining the RISC-V revolution. It was mentored by IIT Madras as well as IITM Pravartak technologies. So the hackathon was conducted online in the cloud with 3 levels, where basically initially we had targeted small problems as design and verification engineers in RISC-V we face. So the problems that we face had been converted to hackathon problems, and students and professionals all over the world participated in this. As part of this, so these are the analysis of the results. We had 140 plus registrations in the short duration of 10 days. And there were all enthusiastic participants who had to do the hackathon in 2 phases. In the first phase, around 210 design submissions. The submissions were all based on RISC-V designs that were available on open source, and of which 50 were able to successfully complete the hackathon and submit the results. We can see the distribution. We see that we have received some 30 open source RISC-V designs that the students and professionals explored. And the participation has been, of course, majorly from India. And we also have other countries, people from other countries enthusiastically participating in this event. And since it's a knowledge-based event, I think students had the biggest interest in this, and we had 3/4 of the participants to be students from various engineering disciplines take part in this hackathon. For the final submission also, the trend continued, and we had the successfully 75% of the students complete the hackathon levels, and then as mentioned, the results are announced today. We have first prize shared by Sean Dalton and Suresh Kumar Karthikeyan. Sean is from Germany. He has he's an electronic engineer at Smart Electronics, And he has been involved with RISC-V community in his spare time since 2022. Congratulations. The second prize is shared by Manish Patla and Gabriel Villanova. Gabriel has an engineering background with expertise in embedded systems and microelectronics. Presently, he works at Vertus in Brazil as a functional verification engineer for DSP systems. Congratulations. And they have been enthusiastically participating as well as in getting involved in helping other people also during the hackathon. If we could have a video of the two winners who wanted to be part of this event. Videos, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Sean Dalton, and although I can't be there in person, I'm excited to be part of this event through this video. I want to express my gratitude to the organizers for putting together this great event and choosing me as one of the winners. With a background in electronics design, I've been involved in the RISC-V community for about 3 years now. During the hackathon, I had the opportunity to analyze my own RISC-V implementation using the provided platform. The challenges were a great introduction to the verification tools, making it easy to analyze my design. It even led to the discovery of a bug which I had not found through tests so far. Enjoy the conference, and thanks again.
Hello everyone, I am Gabriel Villanova, an electrical engineer who is very enthusiastic about the RISC-V world. I am excited to give you a brief introduction about myself and my involvement in the Capture Debug Hackathon. Over the years, I've been engaged in some RISC-V projects. During my time at the Federal University of Campina Grande, where I pursued my graduation and my master's degree, I had the chance to be part of a RISC-V SOC-based project as an RTL designer. Later, during my internship at TIM Laboratory in France, I contributed to the development of a coprocessor using the Rocket Chip platform from Berkeley. Presently, I work as a verification engineer at Virtus, a respected research center in Brazil. The hackathon offered me a great opportunity to put my verification skill to the test in the RISC-V context. The initial challenge of the hackathon required me to carefully check the RISC-V specification, practice RISC-V assembly, and understand well the ISR and exception treatment routine. These exercises were fantastic for testing and reinforcing my knowledge. In the second challenge, which centered on the AAPG tool, I had a great learning experience. Before the hackathon, I wasn't familiar with this tool, but I took the chance to learn and use it, realizing its value in creating RISC-V tests. For the final challenge, I decided to work with a provided design, applying the verification methods I had learned. Using Python, I integrated the AAPG tool to generate tests, used Spike as a reference model, compared it with the DOT, and implemented a scoreboard to analyze the results. And guess what? I found bugs. It was amazing. I am deeply thankful to Vioma System and RISC-V organization for organizing this incredible hackathon and providing me this valuable learning experience. I'm already looking forward to future editions. Thank you guys. See you.
So for the third prize, we have Meet, Angela, Hassan, and Prashant sharing the third prize. As well as we had other participants who had greatly took part in the challenge with the equal enthusiasm, but they were unable to, some were able to successfully finish them. So we had, we will be providing certificates for these participants also. Last but not the least, we would like to thank the whole RISC-V CTB hackathon team for organizing this event and successfully evaluating the entrants. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lavanya. We'll be having the second technical session by Mr. S. Krishnakumar Rao, Senior Director from the CDAC Trivandrum, to introduce Sir. He's a Senior Director of CDAC, and he's the head of Hardware Design Group from the same CDAC, Thiruvananthapuram. With over 25 years of industry experience, he is leading and mentoring a team, executing various projects in the areas of microprocessor design, FPGA, ASIC design, embedded system design, and IP core development. Without further ado, sir, I would like to invite you for the talk.
Very good morning to all. A special thanks to Kama sir for inviting us and giving us an opportunity to have a talk here, and especially organizing this function here. So I'll be talking to you on the activities or what we have done at CDAC Trivandrum under the RISC-V program. Can I have the PPT up, please? Yeah. So for those of you who are not aware of CDAC, CDAC stands for Center for, I will give a few slides I will cover on what is CDAC and what we do, and then specifically focus on the activities at CDAC Trivandrum, where we work primarily on our group works primarily on the RISC-V program, developing microprocessors. So CDAC is an organization under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So we are associated, or we work in areas in the IT sector, electronics and associated areas. The work we do span the whole range of electronics, and the focus area which I am going to talk about is very specific to semiconductors and processors. But CDAC as an organization works in the wide spectrum. There is the entire range of the electronics industry. So we have multiple centers spread across the country, starting from Trivandrum in the south to we have center in the northeast in Silchar. We are corporate headquarters in Pune. We have centers in Calcutta, in Delhi, Mohali, and down south again we have in Hyderabad, Chennai, and Bangalore. So these are some of the thrust areas which CDAC works in. So primarily in high performance computing, where the activity happens out of Pune. We have built the first supercomputer, and we continue to do that. And we have teams working in health informatics and VLSI and embedded systems, where the primary focus is coming from the Trivandrum Center, where we have a strong team there. Then similarly in professional electronics also, we have a strong team in Trivandrum, which works in the varied areas of strategic electronics. We have teams working in the communication side, which work on control and instrumentation. So we have a very big team which works in power electronics. So in the professional electronics also, we have a wide spectrum of activities. And then we have teams which work in cyber security and software technologies also. So coming or focusing more specifically on the semiconductor processor design or system level design, SOC design, and then again on the building systems based on that, we have expertise in terms of advanced microprocessor design. We have expertise, many man years of experience in complex FPGA implementations, and we have done million gate designs in advanced technology nodes. There's a strong team which work in embedded systems, high-speed PCB design, analog and mixed signal IC design, and also teams which work in ergonomics, tooling, and mechanical design also. So you can see some of the facilities on the right-hand side, bottom right. There is a tooling and mechanical facility in the center, so which helps us to build products from spec to silicon, then engineering the product, and finally putting it into the mass market domain. So I think few of these slides, I may be repeating some stuff which has already been spoken of. So we were part of the Digital India RISC-V program. CDAC is part of the program, and CDAC Trivandrum leads the activities for the Digital India RISC-V program. And the aim of the program is to be Atmanirbhar in the semiconductor space, building indigenous process. So as part of the Digital India RISC-V program, CDAC has built the Vega series of process, and I will be taking you through our journey in the development of Vega process so far and what we plan to do going ahead. So the plan is to not just build a process to make India a RISC-V talent hub for the world, who will be able to build world-class silicon, RISC-V SoCs, as well as devices for a varied range of applications. So why do we have this program? What is the reason for this? So as Professor Kama was explaining, microprocessor is essentially a component in any part of your daily life. You have it in your mobile phones, you have it in your washing machines, you have it extensively in your vehicles. So it's ubiquitous, it's there everywhere. So it's a very important component. Going forward, it becomes more important, and India has to be part of the journey. It's also important or as an essential component in other strategic sectors like space, public utilities, our companies which distribute electricity. Everywhere electronics is there. And also the safety aspect is also there, because today if you say we are relying totally on imported semiconductors, in any device you use, it's all imported. So we have limited control on what we use. We don't know whether there are some Trojan sitting on the device. We have absolutely no idea what is happening. We are just users of the semiconductors. So once we have indigenous process and SoCs based on the indigenous process and SoCs based on the same, the scenario changes. We have full transparency in the design. End to end, we have full control on the design, which is essential, critical, not only for the space sector or for the defense sector, but also in the daily use items we use. We bring in more security and more indigenization into it. So as I mentioned, as part of the Digital India RISC-V program, CDAC has developed a series of processes which we call Vega. So these are process ranging from, we have processor variants ranging from microcontroller class to high performance class. Currently we have 5 variants of process which have been built under Vega, and all of them are based on the open source RISC-V ISA. And I would like to specifically thank our parent ministry, MIT, place on record, their support based on which we could work in this high technology area. And similarly, the indigenous foundry in SCL in Chandigarh, who have been supporting us, and we have siliconized our design there, thanks to SCL also. So what are the mission goals, or what are the goals on which we work on? The goals is to develop a RISC-V based, architecture based, indigenous process. So currently the focus is on building single, dual and quad core process. So similarly, we have set up a resource center as part of the project. We have set up a resource center for microprocessor and IP core development. We have a high performance computer infrastructure set up. We have tools installed. So the ecosystem is ready, not only from the software perspective, from the hardware perspective also, so that we now engage with startups, with industry together, which will, this resource center helps us to build systems engaging with the industry. Similarly, we, along with the processor, set up a portfolio of reusable IP cores also has been built, starting from very, very simple or supposedly menial cores like UART, which also play an important role like UART SPI, Quad SPI, right to more complex IPs like USB, Gigabit Ethernet, SATA. So all this has been built as part of the program, so that it's not just a processor, because a processor per se, I believe, does not have an existence by itself. It needs to go into an SoC which will target a particular application, which goes into a product, so which you need to have the peripheral IPs also in place. So at least to a certain extent, a level of system level IPs which are basically essential to building the SoC have all been homegrown, and which helps us to build SoCs in quick time. And along with the reusable IP and SoCs, it's important that we build an ecosystem. We should have development boards, we should have support packages, drivers, IDE, stuff like that. So all that has been built, and I would like to request and invite all of you to visit our stall. So where we have the silicon and where we have the development board based on the Vega processor. So why again we chose RISC-V ISA? So this prior to this Digital India RISC-V program, MIT had supported us under the project called the Microprocessor Development Program, where we had started this activity in 2017-18 time frame, where initially there was always a thought process on what is the ISA we should choose. But these are the reasons why we went with RISC-V ISA. So primarily it is because it's free ISA from University of California, Berkeley. The BSc license is there. So there are no encumbrances or no catches when you use this ISA. No hidden agenda is there. And it's based on the RISC-V RISC architecture. And again, we can develop its aimed at semiconductor research and design. And it's not just the ISA, designers are free to build their own microarchitecture. So today we have the Vega from CDAC, we have the Shakti from IIT Madras. Then we have another set of microarchitectures coming out of INCORE, which is again a startup from homegrown from IIT Madras. So we can have various flavors of the processors based on the same ISA, which cater to different requirements. So currently we are having 5 variants of the processors which have been built under the DIR-V program. So starting from a 32-bit single core in order 3-stage pipeline, small tiny core, we call it Vega ET1031. Then we have again in order 64-bit single core processor, which is called AS1061. Then move on to the performance cores, where we have the AS1161, which is again a single core 64-bit out of order core. Then we move on to a dual core flavor of that, and then we have a quad core flavor of that, the same 1161, along with the cache code and interconnect and the fabric, necessary fabric for running the multi-core, the level 1 and level 2 caches, everything is in place. So this is our SoC roadmap currently what we are doing. So the first silicon we have is the what we call Tejas 32, which is a 32-bit single core processor which runs at 100 megahertz, where the SoC has been taped out in Siltra, Malaysia. And there we first had engineering samples, and then we went for a I won't say full-fledged production run, but a pre-production run where we have of the order of 25K devices in hand. So now we have built a series of boards based on that, which we call Aries. So currently we have 5 variants of Aries boards which use the Tejas 32 SoC, which are showcased in our stall here. I will have details on the boards also in the coming slides. The next tape out we had is which had last year is the Tejas 64, which is based on the 64-bit processor, which again integrates a host of IP. So I would like to proudly say that the IPs which have been integrated in Tejas 32 as Tejas 64 have all been built under the DIR-V program, all indigenous. So let it be UART, SPI, Quad SPI, we have timers, GPIO in the Tejas 32, all in-house design. In the Tejas 64, it's more powerful, it boots Linux. So there we have other interface like SDRAM controller, we have a gigabit Ethernet interface. So all that is homegrown. And the Tejas 64, the fabrication has been completed and the device undergoing testing, and the next couple of months we expect the packaged silicon from SCL. And the next one is the dual core, which we call Dhruv 64, where the initial design has been released to TSMC, and we expect a silicon back by the end of the year or early next year. So that is a dual core out of order processor based SoC, which integrates more high-end IPs like USB. Then we have DDR controller 5, and that has been taped out to TSMC 28 nanometer, and the SoC will clock 1 gigahertz plus. And currently the activity is work is ongoing for synchronizing the quad core. So currently the status is that we have validated all the 5 processor variants on FPGA. We have FPGA platforms on which we have built SoCs, and the variants of all these processors have been built into SoCs validated on the FPGA platform, and we are taking one step at a time and siliconizing these processor variants. So 3 of them are in silicon now. in various stages. We have engineering samples, some of them we are yet to get the samples, and the third one is getting fabricated. And we have got 2 more SOCs in the pipeline. One is the Dhanush 64, and then we have the Dhanush 64 Plus, where the final target is to hit 2 GHz, that is have a 2 GHz processor-based SOC in silicon. So that is the ongoing activities at CDAC. And these are some of the applications which we are targeting. So starting from a single board computer to Internet of Things, then smart meter, build reference boards, tablet PCs, and POS. And going forward, as the Honorable MOS mentioned, in going forward, we will be definitely building HPC class processors also, so that we will have India's own HPC server class processor in the coming years. And this is more detail on the SoC build. The first one, as I mentioned, is called Tejas 32, which is clocked at 100 MHz. So you have the processor and all these low-speed peripherals, ROM, RAM, stuff like that. And then these are the key features where you can use for applications like sensor fusion, smart meter, small IoT devices. So it has all these features, the specs you can see in the screen. So we have built a series of development boards based on it, because whenever what we have found is that whenever we talk to somebody and we say it runs on FPGA, there is always a trust factor and a question on where is the silicon? Do you have something which you can physically see? So I'm happy to say and proud to say that we have the silicon now in hand. We have 5 flavors of development boards now available, out of which 4 are commercially available on our website. You can go buy it online. So this is one flavor of the board. We call the development boards as Aries. So it is based on the core of it is the ET1031 30-bit processor, and then the SoC is built integrating these peripherals. All these peripherals are in-house design. So this is another variant of it, which we call Aries V3. So this is, I would say, more compatible or closer to Arduino. So we have an Arduino port of the Arduino IDE also available. So if you get the download the Arduino IDE, put our library plugins, then you can compile a program. Any Arduino program which runs on Arduino runs on this board. But this is more powerful in terms of its 32-bit. It's clocked at 100 megahertz. But this is kind of an easy migration path for a student or a person who wants to migrate from Arduino. There's a solution here. Similarly, another variant of the board is, we call it Aries Micro, which is still further smaller form factor. So let us say you want to build some application where you have your own board you have built and you want to just have the compute there. This board can be used and you can directly wire the your circuit onto this and run the application on this and test out your application. So another flavor again which is aimed at IoT is Aries IoT, where we have a lot of onboard sensors like proximity sensor, ambient sensor, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, similarly gas, humidity, pressure. So you are looking at some IoT application where you need these sensors. You can straight away use this board to build the application. So the SDK, tools, everything is available online. And the board also can be purchased online. And this is a newly introduced board which we will be launching next week, which we call Aries Dot, which is in a circular form factor. It's showcased in our stall, so you can have a look at it. So this is more aimed at wearable, where you can all the connectors come on the edge of the circle, so you can pull out the wires and do it. So these are the currently 5 flavors of the boards available, which under the DIR5 program. And as I mentioned, just having the silicon is not enough. We need to have the boards, and then should have a robust ecosystem also. So we have an Eclipse-based IDE. We support operating systems like FreeRTOS, Linux, Zypher, Fedora, Debian. Depending on the flavor of the processor, these OSs are supported. The device drivers are there. The board support packages are available. 90 plus libraries for different IoT applications already is there. We have a blog, a YouTube channel. You please go through that so that you will get more details of what we have. And compile tool, chain, documentation, discussion forum, everything is available. So I would humbly request especially I would say the academic community, like Kama sir was saying, explore these options, look at the indigenous options, let it be from Shakti, Vega or Incor, wherever you, please request you to go through the available indigenous solutions and see how we can slowly migrate to the indigenous solutions. From whatever my experience over the past 5-6 years where we have started, it's not easy because whenever we go, people compare. You start comparing where do you stand with respect to arm. So I would say we are doing baby steps. We have not reached, I would say, the apex of where we want to be, or the top of where we want to be, but we are doing baby steps. So we need the support of the industry, academia, startups. Everyone should come together, then only we can progress. So I would request, especially the academy, the young, bright minds sitting here, to have a look at the homegrown solutions. I would say that you visit our stall, you go to a Starbucks or you go to a movie and you have a pizza maybe. So it costs only that much to buy some of these boards and then start using it. So it helps in a big way. So as I mentioned, the boards are also available online. There's a buy now link. All these boards are available. The 4 boards are available. The 5th one we'll be hosting it by next week. The dot board also will be available. The prices is as cheap as 950 rupees. So I believe a good number of you can afford that. Use that. And I would also place on record, a few of the IITs have started supporting us. They are slowly adopting this, using the indigenous RISC-V based solutions. They are introducing these boards and the RISC-V based curricula in their lab sessions as well as in their courses. So going forward, we believe that good traction we will get, and we will have more and more of the academy also on board, because that's very important that we have the student community accept this and get on board. Otherwise, we won't be able to succeed going forward. And these are a screenshot of some of the events we have conducted. So we also conduct events. We are happy to associate with the academia. We work closely with the academia. We typically conduct at least 2 workshops every month. Our team travels to the academic institution. We typically run a 2-day workshop, where in the first day they get an introduction on what is RISC-V, and then introduction in the boards. And in the afternoons we have the lab sessions, and in the second day you migrate or you move on to building some real application, connecting, using the real boards, connecting some sensors so that students can learn on RISC-V. So that is also being actively done. So we'll be happy to engage with the academy also here. So we have gone to a set of institutions across the country, right from IIT Guwahati in the northeast. We have gone to Calcutta, down to colleges like JSAT in Bangalore, down south to Kerala also. We have done workshops in multiple institutions. So I would encourage the academia so that you please connect to us, and we will be happy to support you in whatever way possible. Our resources are limited, but within our resources we will try to help you so that you can all get on to the RISC-V bandwagon. So there is a website called vegaprocess.in. Please find time to go to the website. So whatever I am speaking about, more details are there available on the website. You please go to the website also. A YouTube channel is there where we keep posting or updating new applications which we build, which will help any adopter to easily get onto the RISC-V ecosystem. A blog is also available where a lot of applications are put, so you can get started with the RISC-V based Vega and start working on the applications also. And these are some of the usual links: website, YouTube channel, discussion forum, and blog, and we have a LinkedIn also, Twitter also. I encourage you to follow that, see what is happening. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you.
May I now request Dr. MJS to felicitate Mr. S. Krishna Kumar Rao with a memento. Thank you, sir. We'll be having the technical session 3 by Mr. Arjun Menon, the Chief Engineer from Inco Semiconductors Private Limited. To introduce Arjun Menon, he's the co-founder and Chief Engineer of Inco Semiconductors, and he was one of the key architects of Shakti processor program at IIT Madras, and was very instrumental in designing India's first indigenously developed RISC-V processor. While working at IIT Madras, he was the lead architect of a 64-bit out-of-order processor based on a custom ISA designed for one of India's strategic agencies. He was also the tech lead for custom SoC for ISRO Initial Systems Unit. He received a BTech in ECE from Amrita School of Engineering and an MS in Computer Science from IIT Madras, mentored by Professor Kamakoti, the Director of IIT Madras. Over to you, Arjun Menon.
Thank you. All right. So today I'm going to be talking about something called Secure Boot. We would, of course, not try to go into many implementation details or nuances of how the maths behind all of this works, but just try to understand at a high level what Secure Boot means, why do we require it, and how do we implement that. Before we begin, let me give you a quick introduction about our company. We are Inco Semiconductors. This company was formed by people from the Shakti team at IIT Madras. So once we went ahead and designed, 2 processors or did 2 tape outs at Shakti, we found that there is a lot of traction from a lot of agencies in India and abroad who are looking to adopt RISC-V and design custom silicon. And hence, it made commercial sense to go ahead and start a company that can cater to all of these needs. Inco is a RISC-V solutions company. So if anybody wants to design their own custom silicon based on the RISC-V architecture, that is something that we would take up. We are primarily targeting the embedded domain. Again, if you look at our product portfolio, we have multiple RISC-V core generators, right? We call them core generators because it is not a single instance of a core. You would have multiple different configuration parameters to choose from, and based on these parameters, you would get a core that is very much tailor-made for your application. If you look at the RISC-V instruction set itself, it is very modular. So you can pick and choose certain instruction sets that are targeted for your particular application. At Incore, we support all of the configurations that RISC-V supports and something on top of it, which account for various microarchitectural features. We also have various fabrics and interconnects like AXI, AXI4 Lite, APB, etc. We also design certain accelerators like accelerators for cryptographic algorithms and other uncore components like interrupt controllers and low-speed peripherals like UART, etc. Finally, we offer custom silicon services for people who want a bespoke silicon. For example, may be adding new instructions to your processor or designing accelerators for your particular application. We also act as a one-stop shop for end-to-end custom silicon needs, and that's where our partner network comes in. So if somebody wants to do right from spec to RTL design, backend, placement, routing, all of that, test tape outs, mass scale production, board design, followed by software support, all of this, we would act as a one-stop shop along with our partner networks with companies like HCL and Tesol, to name a few. Finally, we are backed by Sequoia, which is now called Peak 15. With that, let's look into what is Secure Boot and why do we require it, right? So let us say you're trying to run a program on a particular hardware, right? How do you know if the program that you're running has not been tampered with? Or how do you know if it is it is being provided by the right vendor or the right source of a person. Finally, how do you protect your secret code and data that is present in the executable, right? Secure Boot tries to solve all of these problems, and in order to, unless your code actually passes all of these tests, you will not allow the code to run on your hardware. So the way we will be looking at this is by forming multiple levels of abstraction. We would look at what hashing and encryption mean. That is the most basic level of operations that will be used. And then using these concepts, we will build what is Diffie-Hellman key exchange and what do you mean by digital signatures. We would then use these concepts again to form various APIs that the Secure Boot code will use, and then see how you can use those APIs to actually build a Secure Boot flow, right? So what is hashing? It is a mathematical one-way function that basically transforms some data into a fixed length of bit strings, right? So if you look at this example here, you have two strings, and the only difference between these two strings is that the last full stop is replaced by an exclamation mark. Now you'd see that if you compute the hash function, which in this case is called SHA-256, the values are entirely different, right? So it is impossible to determine what the message is just by looking at the hash. And that's why it is called a one-way function. The second is called encryption. You would use encryption if you want to obfuscate data. So the typical operation would look something like this. In any encryption algorithm, you would need something called keys, right? So the encryption function would look like that, where you would pass your data along with a key and you get some encrypted data. This encrypted data would not make sense to somebody who would not have something called a decryption key, right? So if somebody has the decryption key called K2, you can then make sense of of E, and you can get back D prime, which will be equal to your actual data. Now there are again two types of encryption algorithms, symmetric key and asymmetric key. If both the keys that are used for encryption and decryption are same, you would call them symmetric key, and otherwise you would call them as asymmetric key algorithms. Now the advantage with symmetric key is that they have very low latencies and you would have high throughput. It is typically used to encrypt very large amount of data. Of course, the assumption is that if you have a single key, you are supposed to keep that key secret and you're not supposed to give that key out. In asymmetric key, however, the encryption and the decryption keys are different. So it is all right to release one of the keys to the public and just keep one thing to your private. So almost all encryption algorithms would have something called a public key and a private key. Now, of course, the advantage is that you can still give out one key. We'll see how we use this to do key exchange. But again, the asymmetric key encryption algorithm is typically used to exchange very small data bits. So you can use an asymmetric key algorithm to exchange and get a symmetric key, and then use symmetric key to transfer very large chunks of data. So let us look at what Diffie-Hellman key exchange means. So let's say two people called Alice and Bob want to exchange some information, right, through an unsecure channel. So whatever you send through unsecure channel is something that people can read and decipher. So Alice and Bob, both of them have a pair of keys called the public and private key. We will be using an asymmetric key algorithm here. The way it works is both of them exchange their public keys with each other, right? And that traverses through the unsecure channel, which is fine because they are public keys. They retain the private keys to themselves, right? And then they try to combine both of these keys to form a single shared key. Now, using this particular shared key, you can obfuscate some data. So Alice uses her public key or her shared key to obfuscate a data, and that obfuscated data is sent through the unsecure channel to Bob, who can decipher that using his shared key. So this is how you would exchange information between two parties through an unsecure channel. Finally, we have one of the most important concepts that we'll be using in Secure Boot. It is called digital signature. Just like your physical signatures that marks the authenticity of, let's say, a document that you sign, digital signature tries to authenticate certain data or code that you would want to send to somebody, right? Again, there are two parts of digital signature. The first is called the signing part. In the signing part, what happens is you have two inputs. One is the data that needs to be signed and the private key of some asymmetric key algorithm, right? The operation is very simple. You compute the hash of the data, and then you encrypt that hash using the private key. And the output that you get is called the signature. At the verification side, what happens is you would have to provide the data along with the public key and the signature. And the person performing the verification would again compute SHA of the data. It would decrypt the signature using the public key, and then match if Y and Z are same. Now note that I have mentioned here that the signature generation happens on the host side and the signature verification happens on the target side. What we mean by that is, if you're trying to program a microcontroller, you would typically write an application on your laptop or on your PC, compile it, and transfer that executable onto the microcontroller, right? So in this scenario, your PC or your laptop is the host and the microcontroller is the target. All of the operations of signature generation has to happen on the host, right? So the host will basically take care of generating an executable along with the signature, and it passes that information on to the target, which is your actual controller, which will perform the verification. So with these two concepts, let's move on and try to understand what are the various components of Secure Boot. The very first thing are indeed the keys themselves, right? You would have to store certain public keys in the hardware. Of course, you just don't store one single key. You would want to store multiple keys, because if you lose or if one key gets compromised, you still have other keys to work with. And these keys, they're stored in hardware fuses. Hardware fuses are very similar to your physical fuses in the sense that once you burn a fuse, you can never get the older value back. So by using hardware fuses, you can make sure that once you've burnt a value onto this fuse, it can never be changed by anyone else. So that is how you ensure that the keys are not tamperable. And the collection of these keys, in some sense, form the hardware ID. The second important component is the boot ROM code. The boot ROM code is what is actually responsible for performing all the operations, like installing a new key or verifying the signatures of the code or data or whatever it is that you would want to. And finally, decrypt any information that is present in an encrypted form in the device. There are also certain other components, one of them being tamper detect. What if somebody tries to physically tamper your chip and tries to access information out? So you would have some mechanisms which will detect physical intrusions, and based on that, you would take certain actions like deleting keys or deleting secret information and resetting the processor. You would also have an on-chip memory. So in some threat models, people might not trust data that is sitting anywhere outside their chip. For example, an external DDR memory, right? There have been many attacks based on DDR memories. So people might not want to put secret data on an outside memory, and hence it is important to have some level of internal memory to store very critical secret data. Finally, you also have accelerators for cryptographic algorithms, be it any of the algorithms that we saw like SHA, RSA, or AES. You would require cryptographic accelerators for two reasons. One is, of course, for performance. The second is to prevent side channel attacks. If you've been following the news lately, there have been a lot of side channel attacks that have been happening, and they are much easily preventable by using hardware accelerators rather than trying to solve them in the software domain. So, if you look at the hardware of course has all of these keys. The SRKs are basically super root keys. These are the keys that are fused onto the hardware. These are the public keys, along with the other components that we talked about. You can see that there is a RISC-V core and there's something called PMP there. We would touch upon that towards the end of the talk. But if you look at the software side, software basically refers to the memory, right? The memory would have multiple such key store tables. There's something called a public key store table where you would install various public keys. And there is also a symmetric key store table which installs your symmetric keys. Finally, your boot ROM code, of course, needs some stack space to execute. That is also part of your memory. And it is important that all of these three things are also not tamperable. If you look at the flash, right, that is where your actual executable is present. The actual executable will again have two components. One is the program and the command sequence file. The command sequence file is what tells how do you basically go about verifying this executable. Which keys should you install and which keys should you use to verify various signatures. Right. So let us now look at some of the APIs that Secure Boot requires. The very first one is the install public key. This is very similar to the digital signature that we saw previously. So you would have a key that is to be installed along with another key. So if you remember the digital signature, we were trying to verify digital signature of some data. That data can be anything. It can be a program, it can be another key, right? So this API basically talks about what if that data is a key, right? So you are trying to verify the signature of one key using another key that is already installed. So the functionality is very similar to the digital signature again. You compute SHA of the key. You again read an existing installed key from the public key store table. You use that to decrypt the signature and match if the results are equal. You also have authenticate data or program. This is exactly like digital signature. You try to verify if the signature of your data or your program is valid. The third is install secret key. Secret key is the symmetric key. So you would have an encrypted key that is provided. You would decrypt that encryption key using one of the symmetric keys that you have installed. So the only difference between the first and the third is that the first one was a public key, as in it was an asymmetric key algorithm, and here it is a symmetric key algorithm. Finally, you have decrypt image. You would basically use one of the symmetric keys that you have installed to decrypt the image that you have. With these four, let us finally look into how you would actually go about performing secure boot, right? If you look at the signed image, you can see that there are a couple of components there in the command sequence file. First is the list of API calls. We would be calling these APIs one after the other. And then you have something called a CSF key. The CSF key is what is used to sign the command sequence section. So it is important to make sure that the command sequence file is not tampered and the executable is also not tampered, right? So you would have to verify two different signatures. In order to verify the first signature of the command sequence file, you would first install a key, and that key is present there. After which, the signature of the command sequence file is present and the signature of the actual executable is present. So the very first step is to install the public key, which is the CSF key in this case. Once you have installed the CSF key, you can use that to authenticate if the CSF has not been tampered with. Once you authenticate the CSF, you would then go ahead and execute the third instruction in the CSF, which says you have to authenticate the data. That means the entire program, the code, and the data of the actual executable. Once that is verified, you can basically load the program and execute it. Now, what happens if I want to support an encrypted boot flow, right? If I want to make sure that the image that I have is not readable by anybody else other than just this processor, you would have to encrypt your entire program. Once you have done that, what happens in the secure boot flow is the first 3 steps are same, but before you execute the program, you would have to install the key that can decrypt the program, then go ahead and actually decrypt it, and then execute the program. Finally, it is really important that once you install these keys in the public key store table or the private key store table, you have to basically make sure that these keys are not tamperable, right? If you have to use those keys for in further authentication. And that is where RISC-V comes into picture. RISC-V has a feature called physical memory protection. Just like your normal systems, right, where you have your operating system and a user program that is running, both of them run in different privilege modes. So what RISC-V allows you to do is you can define that certain privilege modes can have certain read-write accesses to predefined regions of memories and prevent accesses from user level code. So in RISC-V PMP, you can basically go ahead and say that if your keys are stored between 10,000 to 20,000 hex, you can define an entry saying that from 10,000 to 20,000, I would allow only machine mode to perform read and write, and I would not allow user programs to read and write. That way you can make sure that only machine mode has access to this, and mostly machine code is part of your trusted code. Right. So how do you actually use secure boot, right? What we talked about right now is just loading one program, but in an actual system, you would have programs getting loaded one after the other, right? Like you would have a bootloader that loads the operating system loads applications, and so on. How do you make sure that none of these things are tampered with? All of this starts right at the hardware level, and that's why the hardware is called the root of trust, which is basically the set of all the fuses that are present in the hardware. The hardware then first verifies and loads the bootloader. The bootloader in turn uses the secure boot APIs and then verifies and loads the operating system. The operating system again uses these APIs to verify and load the application. So in this way, you can, starting from the hardware, you would go about building trust in your entire boot process. And that is how you would secure your entire stack. With that, I would like to conclude. We are hiring, so please visit our booth or visit our website for further information. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjun Menon. May I now request Dr. Shankar Raman to felicitate Arjun Menon with a memento. The next talk is by Mr. Sharath D. Kaul, the VP of Strategy, Innovation and Execution from IESA. To introduce Mr. Sharath Kaul, he joined the IESA in March this year as its Vice President of Strategy, Innovation and Execution. Mr. Kaul has over 27 years of semiconductor experience, starting with Fab and ATMP manufacturing experience with Texas Instruments at Dallas, Texas. Mr. Kaul has had a solar energy startup, Solar Apps Energy Private Limited, before starting an EMS manufacturing plant from scratch, Krypton Solutions Private Limited. At the IESA, Mr. Kaul is responsible for the strategies across industry, academia, and government that include core initiative groups, chapters, and events. Without further ado, may I now request Mr. Kaul to present his talk.
Very good afternoon. Honorable MOS Shri Rajeev Chandrasekar ji, Shri Professor Kamakoti ji, Shri Krishna Kumar Rao, my dear friends, distinguished dignitaries, students, warm welcome. Today I'm going to be talking less on technical but more about RISC-V in India, the geopolitics around it. But first I wanted to talk about Pravartak, creator, discoverer, pioneer, trendsetter, vanguard, trailblaze. Apt description for the work we're doing here today. All of you are trailblazers. We're all looking forward for the future, for the students to take this forward and to create India's indigenous RISC-V processor. So we already talked about the DIR-5 program, which was launched about 15 months ago. I won't cover that again. This is the agenda I'll be covering today. A little bit about the India landscape, followed by a little bit about IESA and what we're trying to do in contributing towards the DIR-5 initiative. We're going to talk about DIR-5 skilling and the Campus Connect program that IESA launched on 27th of July during Semicon India. Then a little bit about RISC-V International, about the membership from India, and then finally some observations and recommendations before the Q&A. So this is a slide that I put together after joining IESA about 4 months ago and looking at the entire landscape of what's going on in the country with RISC-V. I did my best to try to plot what I could with the data that was available in the public domain, as well as some of the information from my many meetings with companies at various association events. Basically, what we're doing here is a snapshot of the RISC-V semiconductor variants with clock speed on the x-axis and technology node on the y-axis. The takeaway from this is that you can see around 2 to 3 data server, or the so-called I-class servers above 1.5 gigahertz of clock speed. These are mainly used for high-performance computers, data servers, cloud computing that we've been talking about. Our aspiration is to be able to create RISC-V indigenous cores that could replace the x86 architectures. The second is class, or the C class, as the IIT Madras has defined it. About 5 or 6 IoT startups in this area, running in approximately 500 to 1 gigahertz clock. These are just rough numbers, 500 to 1 gigahertz clock speeds. This middle class of processors is very well suited for IoT applications, maybe not low power wireless applications, but you could run a drone, for example. And what I've attempted to do is put some of the common applications at the bottom, 5G wearables, and then a little bit at the lower end, the smart meters, robotic arms. I'm not talking about the cameras inside of the drones, but mainly on the control systems. Of course, the cameras require a little bit more higher computing power when you're talking about HD cameras. And another area which I don't think that we've covered much in this, we've been talking all about the higher end of processors, is the low end. And we do have 3 to 4 startup companies which are in the industrial, consumer, and specifically in the academia space. These are from 0 to 500 megahertz clock speeds, which we're calling the E-class. And very important because it represents an entryway into the usage of RISC-V. So low-end applications, 32-bit, toys, and about skilling. So I'll talk a little bit about that. And as you can see, the fabs, anywhere from 180 nanometers with SCL and Mohali. We talked about Sintera, which was done by CDAC. We have Skywater 130, which has been taped out from India, as well as Intel 22 nanometer that Professor Kamakoti spoke about. And then, of course, TSMC 28. One thing that you can take away from this is there seems to be a little bit of a void in the center technology nodes around the 65 and 90. And in fact, if you look at the market reports, predominant shipments that are happening in the world today are actually 65 and 90 nanometers. And what you'll find is these more mature nodes over time start sliding, as we say, shifting to the right. So what we see today is 65 and 90, and 5 to 10 years to now, it'll be 28. 5 nanometer and 4 nanometer are because of economies of scale. I'm telling you, most of what we need to do, 90% of what we need to do for these applications that I listed on the chart can be accomplished at 65 and 90. The fab story is taking place. We will be having an indigenous fab, maybe 5 years, but 10 years. What we are is working backwards with the announcement of Micron setting up an ATMP. We already are very strong in design. It's just a matter of time before the fab comes in, and we'll be well prepared. So a little bit about IESA. We're basically divided into 4 pillars: industry, government, academia, and society. And our effort as an industry body is to try to connect these dots, to get them working together, to get them working as consortiums, and for the common initiative of DIR5. In addition to the 4 pillars, we have what's called core initiative groups. The core initiative groups, we have 8 of them. And we have automotive, AI/ML, and space, which are our verticals. And then we have horizontals that cut across in manufacturing, skilling, and et cetera. And we also conduct 2 market reports, which is the Global Supply Chain Market Report, which we're going to be releasing a new version next year, as well as a market report, which tells us the overall market shares of the various industry verticals like telecom, like IoT, like drones, et cetera, wearables, hearables, medical, space, defense. So we released this report, and we'll be having the next version of that report at the end of this year. So leading up to this event, what we're trying to do with IESA is to try to get the team together. And by doing that, I went systematically around the ecosystem, and with Neil Gala from Incor, from Kunal Ghosh from VSD, Mr. Sambit Sahu from Bodhi Computing, and then eventually with Professor Kamakoti as our leader, as our chief architect, to try to drive a consortium or an industry body that can take RISC-V forward and connect those dots between industry, academia, and the government. So what does that mean? Proprietary RISC-V architectures. I'm going to show a slide, and I'm going to be doing a little bit of comparison with respect to ARM. ARM is the incumbent. ARM has been extremely successful with their business models, with their architectures, and they're becoming pervasive now. So what we need to be looking at are opportunities to coexist with ARM, and also to be looking at opportunities to replace. So I'll be talking a little bit about the architectures. In order to be able to be a leader in RISC-V, we have to break it down into different areas of focus. Open source consortiums, and that's silicon, software, platforms, IP, and systems. Collaboration with universities, innovation, startups, sponsor business events, mentor and training, collaborate with companies worldwide, deliver India-based competitive products, and leapfrog and stay ahead of China. So I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking about our neighbors, and I have to say that they're significantly ahead of us. They started their journey in 2018. They are one of the largest participants of RISC-V International today. They have 2 major initiatives, CRVA and CRVIC. I'll just quickly read out what I was able to find online. CRVA, or China Open Command Ecosystem Alliance, aims to convene enterprises and institutions engaged in RISC-V instruction set, architecture, chips, software, and complete machine applications. Relevant social organizations voluntarily form a natural, comprehensive, joint, and non-profit organization. Just to put things in perspective, this non-profit organization that China has put together consists of Baidu, Alibaba, SMIC, and Tencent. These are multi-billion-dollar organizations which are backing RISC-V in China. The second one, which is more on the industry side, is CRVIC, China RISC-V Industry Consortium. The China RISC-V Industry Consortium was co-established September 20th, 2018 by 65 main RISC-V enterprises and institutions in China. As the first China local RISC-V alliance, CRVIC supports and assists the global RISC-V Foundation in several aspects and has friendly, collaborative relationship with CRVA. So these 65 industry bodies, combined with industry giants, combined with the backing of the government, combined with monetary support, you can see how the country is focusing, and they're all in towards RISC-V. We have to do a little bit of not only catch up, but we need to look at ways to leapfrog. So this is, I'm not going to go over this chart, but it just gives you an idea about the vast complexity of what it means to have architectures. ARM has done a remarkable job in segmenting those various applications, which I shared on the landscape screen, into different architectures. You have the A class, the R class, the M class, Mali, which is used for GPU, peripheral controllers, et cetera, et cetera. This is what we need to be doing in India. We've already started with the basic E, S, and I class. We need to take this forward, and we need to start diving deeper into specific architectures for specific verticals. So in the formation of this RISC-V dream teams, as we're calling them, I took a lot of time from the industry leaders in RISC-V to try to put together this team. It's work in process, but basically what we're doing is taking all of those key initiatives and putting names behind them. I'd like to request Professor Kamakoti to lead this effort. He's already leading the effort. He's created the platform for us. We are just here to support that and to be able to provide the industry backing that's needed and the national awareness behind you. We're completely behind you, sir. And whatever it takes to get more and more like-minded individuals together, we're all welcome to join this team to make this a success. But what I've carefully done is chosen specific people who have certain core competencies in those areas. For example, Neil on the software side. We have Mindgrove for the platforms, and then we have academia, and Sambit, who's an expert on silicon. He's agreed to come on board. He brings a wealth of knowledge when it comes to competing with China, et cetera. Plus, he's done over 80 tapeouts. And then, of course, nurturing startups. I'll be talking very briefly about Startup Mitra, which is an IESA program. So Startup Mitra is not limited to RISC-V, but we are also going to be focusing on RISC-V amongst other applications like DSP, Navic, et cetera. And then, as I said, we're collaborating with companies, international leapfrogging. So this team is, and the most important thing when you're taping out your chip is your availability of the IP. Has the IP been validated? Has it seen silicon? Has it been through a test chip? Has it been certified? Has it been qualified? Has it been characterized? So you can see ARM, as the incumbent, has had vast amount of experience. We have a long journey ahead of us, but just want to sensitize you that it's a long journey and we need to do this together in order to ever have the aspiration of filling up this table with these Indian flags. Now I'll cover skilling. And along with the DIR5 and along with Chip-In, we also announced the Future Design Program, which also includes future skills. And IESA has launched Semicon India Future Skills by IESA. Again, ultimate objective of the program is to make our student workforce more employable and to get them to employability faster through VLSI awareness, inspiration series, and also through undergraduate programs, internships, and we have a menu of options that we can cover. We have a brochure, like I said, we announced it on the 27th of July. I'll be happy to share this with you, not one-to-one. And we can go over the menu of options that we offer from the industry. But basically what we've done is we've created two bodies. One is a nationwide council of state champions. So what we did is we took volunteers from our industry and they all raised their hand to give back to their alma maters. So we might be having an IIT alumni, we might be having a University of Hyderabad alumni, IIT Bhubaneswar, or Nirma Technology in Gujarat. They have come back to us and said, we want to give back. Once they have established themselves as a state champion, then they become the single POC. They have to get to know the university, they have to look at universities in the proximity, and then they go for interventions. And in those interventions, we have the IESA membership, which is our think tank. And this think tank is nothing but our members. So when the state champion visits his college, they go through the get to know you, and they go through the menu of options, and then they select. I would like to do roadshows. I would like to do hackathons. I want to do internships. I would like to do a center of excellence. I want to do a laboratory. Then we call upon our think tank to make these solutions happen. So it's basically a matchmaking between the academia and the industry, which IESA is facilitating. And it goes through a 4-phase approach. I won't go through the details. I can cover that individually. But it's just basically a 4-phase approach, ultimately to give a certificate. That certificate you should be able to use towards getting a job. And we intend to get the central government's endorsement. We intend to go state by state and get the state's endorsements along with the university to help you get these jobs faster. So this is just an example of some of the interventions that we did. This is actually last week, and I personally wanted to attend, and we also have industry sponsorship and collaboration. This is an example of eInfochips in Gujarat sponsoring an event at their facility, and we had 185 students attend this RISC-V roadshow. And basically what we do is we take them through embedded systems programming, booting up a RISC-V, synthesis, timing, place and route, LVS, DRC. You attend lunch, the chip comes from the wafer fab, comes on a little board, and then you boot up your code, and you actually are able to do hands-on experimentation with the RISC-V core. And as you can see, we had 185 students, 100 came live, and about 85 attended virtually. That's a picture in front of eInfochips. It was highly successful. We also did one exclusively for Nirma University. We had all MTech students, totally enthusiastic. They had never done anything like this before. They were extremely excited about having the hands-on experience of using the RISC-V and seeing it with their own eyes. After that, we did 3 roadshows in 3 days covering 400 students. You can just understand the impact because we also had faculty inside. So what we're trying to do is train the faculty as well, so the faculty in turn can do a multiplicative effect and be a force multiplier. So theoretically, if you have 25 boards, let's say, you can do skilling of 100 students. So 4:1. If we're able to propagate and put more and more of these development boards in the hands of the colleges, you can understand with the faculty training, with these boards, you can have a multiplicative effect, and we can start scaling across the country. And this is what's coming down the pipeline. We have another roadshow planned in BMS College in Bangalore, another one planned at University of Hyderabad in Telangana, and then Odisha is just coming around the corner. So we're always, more and more requests are coming in for more and more of these roadshows. We're doing our best to get more and more boards. I'm happy to say that the first tranche of 25 boards was sponsored. We have a visibility of getting about 800 boards sponsored, and these boards are for all of you. These boards are to use for skilling, to get more and more students hands-on experience using RISC-V. A special thanks to Neil, who helped me put this slide together, who has extensive experience on RISC-V, and we were talking about what's next for these development boards, and clearly the path needs to be Arduino-based. Mr. Krishna Kumar talked about the Arduino-based board. We're also thinking about Arduino-based boards for skilling. Why Arduino? Because Arduino is open source. Arduino has an ecosystem. Arduino has hundreds and hundreds of these daughter cards with sensors. Once you have the sensor, once you have the A to D and D to A, and you have your RISC microprocessor, you're off and running to build systems. It's that, I'm oversimplifying it, but it's that simple, and that's what the intent is. The whole initiative behind the skilling effort is product-based skilling. Having the product in the end in mind. Architecture is important, basics of microprocessors are important, but ultimately product-based skilling. So you can see the many benefits: capstone projects, operating systems courses, IoT, AI applications. We're thinking about integrating it with DSP. We're looking at integrating it with the NAVIC platform, which is India's very own GNSS, or our very own GPS. Robotics, Industry 4.0. We're just starting on this journey, and we're always open for more and more suggestions. We're also finding that many of the universities are having core competencies. For example, perhaps you'll have an IoT lab, a tinkering lab. Maybe you'll have an AI/ML lab. Maybe you would have a NAVIC lab. We would like to be part of that journey and be able to help assist by connecting you with industry experts as well as with further R&D. Another amazing thing is happening is with the collaboration with international universities and varsities. You would have read recently about the MOU signed between India and Purdue University in the US. Just last week, the government of Odisha has signed an MOU with UC Berkeley. You're going to see this happening more and more, and you're going to find that in America you have centers of excellence for specific domains. Georgia Tech has established itself as a packaging center of excellence. Wichita, Kansas is the Industry 4.0. And like this, USA has, through DARPA, has created many of these fantastic R&D hubs, which I believe that with the proper coordination, India and US and Europe and Japan can coordinate at the academia level for R&D. This is the thought process. Finally, I'll talk a little bit about RISC International, and we were very fortunate to have Mrs. Callista Redmond, who is the chairman of RISC-V, but this just kind of gives you a high-level overview of where we are with respect to RISC-V. I didn't want to spend too much time putting all the Chinese logos. There's quite a lot of them, but suffice to say, India has one premier member, that's our ministry, and in the premier, China has 13 out of the total 25. So they're already above 50% of all the premier members. I'm not saying we have to do the same thing as China. I'm just saying be aware about what's happening and how this is being approached, how important it is. On the strategic side, we have 6, and on the community side, 11. I was so happy to see some universities like Nirma, Manipal, PES, Ganpat University, of course, IIT Madras, CDAC as community members. This must grow. We must get on to more and more standards bodies. We must have seats at the high table making decisions on RISC-V, and we must be able to have active participation and not be silent bystanders on this. So I encourage you, please become a member of RISC-V if you're not already, the International. RISC-V International conducts summits across the globe. In fact, the most recent summit was held in Barcelona, and we had one of our very own IESA members, VSD, give a talk there. I was able to help him set up some meetings, particularly because I had an opportunity to meet Professor Mateo Valero, who heads the Barcelona supercomputing program. So they've taped out many high-performance computers, and I spoke to Professor Valero, and he's extremely motivated to work with us and to collaborate with us. He's interested in skilling. He needs people. He wants to see how we can work closer together. He was very much interested in the way we were approaching RISC-V for academia. He was shocked to see that from India, we have skilled over 380 RISC-V engineers in Spain, which are his students, and he wasn't even aware of it. Potentially, we have skilled more RISC-V people from India in Spain than he has. So we have something amazing going on, and we just have to keep that momentum moving. And I think it represents a great opportunity for HPC and IIT Madras in this RISC-V journey. This was also, if you haven't visited the RISC-V event, today's event is captured there. And the big event is in San Jose on November 7th and 8th, so please mark your calendars for that. If you can, try to participate, log in virtually, but be a part of it. And then finally, some observations about the ecosystem. So definitely we've been talking about Atmanirbhar. This is a slide actually that I put together even before meeting the RISC-V experts in the industry, and it still holds true today, which I'm happy. I didn't have to change it much. But to put things very simply, by 2030, we've set ourselves an ambitious goal at the IESA to skill 100,000 students. That means 100,000 certificates, whatever form they may come across the country. We also believe in order to scale, we're going to need development boards, these Arduino-based development kits, and we're thinking we need about 100,000 of them to reach these ambitious numbers. We need to be focused on product-based skilling. One thing we've been talking about is consumer, auto, and defense, but also space-grade certifications. When can we create a RISC-V indigenous space-grade hardened microprocessor? All of the defense applications in this country are using imported microprocessors. They're using PowerPC and they're using ARM microprocessors. Start looking at those opportunities to be able to replace a PowerPC or an ARM processor with a RISC-V processor. Talk to us about the labs, talk to us about making it radiation hardened, talk to us about making it space grade. The labs are available. It's a matter of national importance. There have been, and then of course execution. I think there cannot be a better way to make this journey go forward other than tape outs. So what we're going to be looking as part of our Campus Connect program through the IESA interventions is also tape outs. That means the EDA tools, the hand-holding, the mentorship, and also the MPWs to do more and more tape outs. Nothing can substitute doing actual tape outs, whether it's at the academia or industry or even from the government. And of course, I talked about RISC-V International. Please take note that we are behind. We need to leapfrog ahead. We're looking for innovation from the young, bright minds and the students. Everyone sitting here are all the future. All are Pravartak. So with that, I end my talk, and thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Sharath. May I now request Professor Kamakoti, Director of IIT Madras, and Mr. S. Krishnakumar Rao to felicitate Mr. Sharath with the memento.
So my basic request to IISA, we had been collaborating very closely, working very closely. There are 3 agendas in front of us. Number 1 is to get RISC-V education into every computer organization and architecture education in our country. That's the first thing. So every college, every university, the way they educate computer organization, architecture and operating systems and compilers, these 4 courses must be RISC-V based. And we would try to work very closely with you, Sharath, and we would like to have labs. And even this assembly language lab should not be something like write a program which will fly a helicopter, right? So it should be something like how do you touch, how do you basically set up page tables, how do you write interrupt service routines, how do you write a micro bootloader, right? This much deep essence should come there. And that is what universities must aim at. And when we look at compilers, we should start looking at LLVM, low-level virtual machine, that translation aspect, rather than again going and looking at the same own dragon book where we just LR1 parser, LR2 parser, again reading automata theory, again back in compiler. I think these are some of the old practices that we need to get rid of, and the IISA must play a very role. From IIT we can talk much, but we can talk much more from IISA, where, and we can have some dedicated courses now delivered. This is agenda number 1. Agenda number 2, Sharath, we will walk with you, but you should guide us to take our startups to bigger industry and get them purchase orders. Anything less than a purchase order will not work, because when I want to go to a foundry and they say I have a purchase order for 1 million chip, then TSMC may start answering us. Right? Till then, nobody will touch us. And I think that's very, very important. That's number 2. And we will also very closely work, and we must have such set of summit here. The next RISC-V summit, we want to do it in Chennai. Next year, if everything goes well, and we must bring in all the people who goes to RISC-V summit across the world. They must also come in person and take it. And India must show her seriousness in this, that we have a real political commitment, as our minister has announced today. We will stick. And these 3 are very big in our agenda. And IIT Madras and CDAC, being the RISC-V stakeholders as now, will be traveling with you, but please do lead the journey. So I want to make this request in front of this big audience, so that's why I captured you on the stage. Thank you very much. And now we open up for the exhibition.
Thank you, Professor Kamakoti. May I now request Professor Kamakoti and other special invitees, VAPs, to join the inauguration of the exhibition today. And then for the others, like the lunch has been arranged in the same floor, the 6th floor. Please do join for the lunch. Let us get back to the venue by 2 p.m. Very good afternoon. Welcome back. We'll be having the technical session 5, which will be the presentation by Mr. Saurav Roy, fellow from NXP Semiconductors India. To introduce Sir is a fellow at NXP Semiconductors. He co-leads the RISC-V processor development for various product lines in NXP. He has over 2 decades of experience in processor architecture design and verification and has contributed to several architecture like RISC-V, PowerPC and StarCore. Prior to joining NXP in 2005, he had worked with Analog Devices and Texas Instruments in India. He holds 9 patents, over 20 publications in reputed venues. He has a master's in VLSI design, tools and technology from IIT Delhi, and a bachelor's in electronics and telecommunication engineering from Jadavpur University. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries and all of you present. I would like to thank the organizing committee who invited me to give a presentation on RISC-V at this symposium. In the next half an hour, I will try to talk about what we at NXP have been doing with RISC-V course, specifically how we have been trying to differentiate our products based around the RISC-V processors. Hopefully that will also give you some idea what you guys can also pursue in order to make RISC-V successful. I will also touch upon some of the activities we have been having with research consortiums and academic institutes. Just a brief thing about it. On how we are trying to develop the RISC-V ecosystem across the world and also in India. Okay, so I think all of you have already been introduced to RISC-V in the morning sessions. There were some very nice talks, and one thing I wanted to mention is that RISC-V is featured in the top 10 technology trends of this year in the MIT Technology Review. So it's not just AI/ML that you should as a student pursue. This is also a very important field of profession if you want to pursue. Primarily the reasons why RISC-V adoption is accelerated a couple of things. One is the licensing. As some of the earlier speakers told, the architectural licenses of the 2 dominant ISAs, the x86 and ARM, are exorbitant. It's not feasible for every organization to buy an architectural license and develop their own cores. There are geopolitical reasons why RISC-V is getting adopted very quickly. We are all aware of that across how the technology wars happen between the different countries and continents. The RISC-V adoption has been primarily in the embedded space as of today. It is making strides in the high performance computing space, but the successful trends have been a lot of adoption in the embedded products. And that's natural because you can't just start from the top, right? You have to gradually grow the ecosystem. The ecosystem at the high performance computing needs to be much more mature than probably just a microcontroller, right? I mean, think of like 1 billion lines of code versus say 10,000 lines of code. So obviously RISC-V starts to go from the bottom end of the spectrum, and slowly over the years it will go into the high performance domain. Now, the vision in NXP has been to differentiate our products in edge computing through Industrial RISC-V course. Now, we have an in-house development team across India and US. So the bulk of the team is in India actually, in Noida and Bangalore, almost 80%. And some team is in Austin. So we have been developing a RISC-V course over last 4 years. We had a rich legacy of building microprocessor architectures. So NXP as a company is a combination of two streams. One is Philips Semiconductor from the European side, and then the Motorola Freescale Semiconductor from the US side. And the PowerPC was a very popular architecture from the Motorola Freescale side, where I was also a part of. And because of we had a rich legacy of building microprocessors, we continued that work and moved it into the RISC-V domain. Some of you may have used PowerPC. If you used Macintosh computers in the early 2000s, you would probably have a PowerPC microprocessor powering your Macintosh computers. Even if you see the movie Steve Jobs, right, he talks about PowerPC during his presentation. The whole feature set of that movie is trying to present the new RISC architecture on PowerPC, where he's getting 2x the performance at lesser power. So one of the ways to differentiate your product, and the reason we don't sell processors, we sell end products, but we want to differentiate our products. And it's very hard for us to differentiate our products if we go with standard cores. You have to do all that differentiation outside the cores, which does not make the architecture always very feasible. Not always the core vendors are going to listen to even a big company like NXP to optimize their architectures based on our specific needs. So what we typically do with RISC-V, and that has been the trend over the last few years, most of our product customers, which is internal customers, which basically come from requests from the different business groups, they look for custom ISA extensions, and that's how you differentiate. So one of the big domains where we have gone in is security. And security can be a very vast domain, but even on the 5 nanometer automotive processor that we just taped out, this is the most advanced processor in the automotive space in the world, which we just taped out. We have a RISC-V core for the secure domain. So security is a very important thing where you can do a lot of things inside your microprocessor core, and their customization helps. Of course, what we do internally as custom extensions, in the longer run, I mean, we try to take it to the bodies and try to standardize, because then you take all the people together and grow the ecosystem together. But we do want to obviously do that initial first few years of first to market, right? I mean, if you have some big idea, you want to do it as a custom extension, go out to the market, grab the market, and then go out to the world and make it something like a standard. Similarly, AIML, right? AIML is a big, very popular thing. There are a lot of architectures. There are a lot of programmable architectures, and AIML requires a lot of new things like transcendental functions, which you will not find in traditional microprocessors, right? Safety, for example, is another one. DSP, vector processors, they are always there. AIML has also accelerated it. So this is just a flavor of domains where we try to differentiate the products based on the RISC-V cores. We have been pretty, I would say, highly successful in adopting RISC-V in various business and product lines across NXP. So we play primarily in a very short, if I have to tell you what we do, we are basically in the secure connected edge devices. So if you see the 2000 decade was the computing decade, right? All the big desktop players, the laptop players were leading. The 2010 decade is the mobile decade, right? Smartphones, and they all did. The 2020s, that's what we believe, and that's where we're gonna, where all the semiconductor war is happening, is these billions of secure connected edge devices, right? Of course, there would be the cloud. Of course, there will be the servers. But there will be a billion devices across all of us which will be secure and connected and help your life in various different ways. And one of the biggest example is the automotive, which is almost like a supercomputer. I mean, if you look at the top grade automotive things, it's more of an electronic supercomputer than a mechanical giant today. So the RISC-V adoption has been pretty successful across different domains. I mean, to give you a balanced side of picture, we haven't yet gone as the main apps processor because that takes time, right? But we have gone into all the side domains and the accelerator domains with RISC-V cores. But I do believe that very soon or later you will see RISC-V coming as the main apps processor in very successful customer-facing or very successful popular products. Okay, so I just wanted to quickly touch base about like what can you do in the different phases to differentiate your RISC-V cores, right, as well as the products. Now, what do you do in the, so it's not obviously, it cannot tell everything, but just a snapshot. From an architecture and design perspective, we have been making from very low-end microcontroller cores to mid to high-end microprocessor cores for embedded products. So at the very low end, you have single issue, short pipeline, tightly coupled RAM products, right? And when you go to high-end cores, so you have like multi-issue superscalar processors, you have much longer pipelines, that means you get higher frequency. We also have simultaneous multi-threading, where you can actually run multiple threads on the same core at the same time. On the higher end, obviously, you employ caches of multiple levels, L1, L2. And obviously, on the SoC, you would have L3 and other stuff. Now, as some of the other presenters said, we also have a very highly parameterizable core RTL to easily change the microarchitecture features to optimize performance. And I would say that it's almost like parameters on steroids. So the first thing can become the second thing just by changing 100 parameters. So we have designed it in such a way that that we can actually keep the development cost within control by doing a single core RTL, which can cater to different business lines. Obviously, not every combination of parameters can be verified and supported, but we always, for a particular product, we will actually go and verify and support everything. It's a fully synthesizable code. Like many years back, we used to do custom stuff. There's no need in today's world to do custom stuff. We do all standard ISA support, like RV, mainly the 32-bit space. So RV32, MC, AF, different extensions. There's also a EE extension, which is a further smaller core having only 16 GPRs. So that reduces your area for a very low-end microcontroller cores. As I said, the big differentiation comes through custom extensions, right? That's the secret sauce you put in for your customers. All our RISC-V cores are now RISC-V 1.0 debug and supports Nexus Trace. RISC-V is coming up with the N-Trace, I think it's already ratified, which is based on Nexus Trace. But there are already, all the tool vendors are supporting RISC-V 1.0 debug and Nexus. Because we actually go into the automotive market, functional safety is very important to us. So at the highest end of functional safety is what we call the ASIL-D. ASIL-D is you have to guarantee the highest level of functional safety against some faults. And there you typically have like lockstep cores, so two cores running together at the same time. And if one core goes out of sync, the other core will, of the other core, you will easily catch it right then and there, and you take an exception and correct it. There are differences in how you design caches, how you design bus architectures, how you design memories. So it's very important for automotive to, when you do microprocessor design, if you take a vanilla core to an automotive guy, you will not take it, because you have to give them the functional safety that is required for the automotive guys. And apart from functional safety, because you go into this highly, I mean, automotive is a very sensitive domain. It's not like a mobile phone, something crashes and you can again reboot it, right? Your car crashes, a person dies, they will go to court against it. And some of you may be knowing there are very detailed inspection done by the Supreme Court in the US against reputed car makers. And they will bring in technologies to basically figure out why the car crashed. And I still remember there was a Toyota car crash where they figured out that the stack had overrun. And they actually can go to that length and blame the car manufacturer and the device manufacturer. So you have to be always like extremely careful when you are making this course for automotive. So from a design check perspective, apart from doing all these, you have to do all sort of things like lint, CDC is clock domain crossing, RDC is reset domain crossing. There are automotive grade DFT standards that you have to maintain, whether your core can actually give so much stuck at fault coverage, so much transition fault coverage. So these are some of the things that you need to target when you are building your core so that you can make it to the automotive devices. Okay. So a bit on the differentiation on a different way, and something that our minister was telling Shri Rajeev Chandrasekar ji in the morning. It's not just important to, it's not enough to make a core functional. You have to basically have some differentiation in the market to sustain. And the way to look at it, apart from the custom features and extensions, is the PPA matrix. I mean, PPA would stand for performance, power, and area. So this is very key for an embedded processor because you're trying to differentiate the SoC for the targeted application, right? Now look at performance. The simplest way to look at performance is the total time required to execute an application, right, in your embedded space. And if you have like total instructions divided by IPC multiplied by frequency. IPC stands for instruction per cycle. Now, in today's world, the frequencies, you cannot go beyond 2 gigahertz or max 3 gigahertz in the very high end, right? The frequency is somewhat limited, right, because of power reasons. So all the effort has to be around IPC for a single thread. And when you cannot do on a single thread, you basically start doing multi-core so that you get enough performance. Now for that, when you are building these cores, you have to have a very clear idea what are my benchmark numbers, right? So some of the general purpose benchmarks I have quoted here. The most important for the embedded world is core mark. Anytime you go and try to sell your core to an embedded guy, he will ask you the core mark per megahertz score, right? Now core mark is from Embassy. Embassy also has a full, Embassy is a consortium, and they have a full range of different benchmark suites, starting from automotive to consumer to telecom to networking. So you can actually run this on your core and get those numbers. Drystone is a very popular benchmark for many years, but very abused because it can be very easily tweaked to get fancy numbers. Drystone had a predecessor called Whetstone, and Drystone is actually the mockery of that Whetstone. So that's why they spelled it like DHRY. But Whetstone is also a good performance benchmark, especially in the AI/ML era, because it has floating point, it has transcendental functions. There are in the higher end of the spectrum, you have to have like the spec int and the spec FP scores, right? And spec has like the latest one is 2017, but if you go back, you have like 2006 spec benchmarks. Most of these embedded benchmarks, they are all contained within the first level of memory, like core mark or Drystone. But when it goes to spec, it goes all the way up to your DDR. So your L2 memory, your L3 memory. So it's just not a core benchmark. It's actually a SoC benchmark to an extent. Your branch predictor, so all these matters. Spec has a single thread thing called spec speed. If you run multi-threaded, if you have multiple cores on your chip, they call it spec rate. So these are very important benchmarks that you have to have the numbers very clear in your head that is this targeted application would require. Now there are other benchmarks, for example, for your memory subsystem, a popular one being LM bench. Now if you run LM bench, right, you give your computer to somebody, you can run LM bench, it can easily figure out the cache sizes of your hierarchy, L1, L2, L3 size. It can also figure out your latencies, bandwidth, everything. So these are standard benchmarks the customers would run to actually figure out easily how good your memory subsystem is, whether you have done a good design or you haven't done a good design. It just takes 10 minutes to figure that out running LM bench. Now there are application-specific benchmarks nowadays, specifically in the fields like AIML. Just wrote few like AlexNet, ResNet, MobileNet. There are a lot of CNN benchmarks. So if you are targeting some application-specific RISC-V core with AIML extensions, they would ask for these type of cores. Now, coming to power, it's highly technology dependent. It's very hard to code power, unlike performance. Performance is easy to code. You have a number and you can convince people. Even in the same nanometer, you can have power difference of like 2x, difference of some tweaking here and there, track library, VT, this, that. So many things matter. So it's very highly technology dependent. But what mostly people ask is the active power measured on an application or benchmark, right? So typically that's controlled through clock gating. And in the case of processors, you also need to worry about data path gating, right? Like you shouldn't be that you are not running your multiplier, but your multiplier is toggling. It's not clock gating. It's just that the bits are rippling through the multiplier and the multiplier is so huge, it burns a lot of power. So these are type of things that you need to worry about. Apart from the active power, there are low power modes in the CPU. For example, if you do RISC-V, there is an instruction called wait for interrupt, right? WFI. That puts your processor into what is called the waiting mode. So the processor is waiting for an interrupt to arrive doing nothing. So typically you would have to characterize that power. What is my waiting mode power? And if you are building a good core, you will have further power modes which are like custom further lower power modes than waiting mode. It's possible to design all those. And once you give all these low power modes, that's the differentiator, right? That lets those guys actually implement a product with these type of low power modes in the CPU. This is what the software guys can actually exploit and reduce the power of the system. Coming to area like a very simple microcontroller core is of the order of 10K gates. Right? I mean, leaving out the memory, a Cortex M0 Plus would be roughly around that. A very complex out-of-order microprocessor would be millions of gates, in fact, 10 millions of gates. So you basically have to, whenever we are building a RISC-V core, it's very important we know our PPM metrics. What are we targeting? What are the numbers so that it's very clear that this is what the target application is and this is the domain we are targeting. And this is how you differentiate. Right? Otherwise, it's very hard to differentiate. Okay, a bit on the verification methodology. We typically use, I mean, most of us do the very similar verification, but a UVM test bench with a ISS used as a golden reference. We have an in-house tool called Raptor, which is used to generate random tests. There are some public references about Raptor, but not so much. Unlike a template-based random generator tool, Raptor is different, and that's why we use it. It's actually, it can take in programs. You can actually code your random menus as programs with constraint. So it has an inbuilt constraint solver. It can let you write C-like programs with constraints, and then it can spit out random programs for you. It works in tandem with the golden reference model. I've shown a chart there on that side. That's the flow we have. So the left-hand side is the random generation flow, right? So you basically give this ISS model to the random test generator, which is working on the user program, which is the random menu in this case, and spitting out these random test cases. So from one menu, you can spit out millions of tests. And then you run it on the RTL simulator, on the RTL. You also run it on the functional simulator again. And we do a two-pass flow because of a reason. once you run it through the RTL simulation, when you have external events, things like interrupts, exceptions, runtime errors, debug events coming in, this is where all CPU bugs come in. I mean, you will hardly find a team having bugs in instruction. That's silly. People typically miss bugs under exception conditions and interrupts and all the privileged mode. And this is where it's very hard to verify CPUs. And for that, you have to basically position your events to the instruction set simulator again. So we would have to collect all the events from the RTL simulation. Like, take an example, the interrupt comes at right before 100th instruction. In reality, the interrupt would have come maybe at the 90th instruction, but the core would not have taken it for the next 10 instructions for whatever reason. It's working in the pipeline. So in the ISS, you have to put it on the 100th instruction where the core has taken it. So for that, because otherwise your random results will not match. So that's why we synchronize the ISS again with the RTL simulation logs and then compare the traces. The traces you can compare on the fly or you can compare at the end. If you compare at the end, it's a much longer trace, but you have the advantage of sometimes playing around with the synchronization. It's sometimes very hard to synchronize many things together. Like we do things like exception coverage, things like 10 exceptions coming together. How do you synchronize those 10 exceptions for the ISS? It can be exorbitantly difficult. And even if you do all this, you will have false fails, right? So this is a typical flow of what we do in our verification environment. There are performance verification we do on benchmarks. For code coverage, we also do things like unreachability analysis, because for automotive grade, you have to give them 100% code covered. So you have to do like 100% line condition toggle. And for that, it's almost impossible to do it without doing a formal unreachability analysis, which will basically take out all the dead code given certain constraints. We also did things like a formal verification of a C versus RTL of data path units like FPU. We were designing the FPU in our team a few years back, and we were struggling with certain things like underflow flag and corner cases, numbers at the boundary between subnormal and normal. And there are new tools that have come up in the last couple of years where the formal tool is not just used for control structures, it's used for data path units. And we have been able to actually apply it pretty successfully, except for the divider. We have been able to formally prove that our FPU is equivalent to the IEEE 754 single precision FPU. I put in the reference of, we published this on DVCon India last year along with Cadence. We've also done some work around debug verification. There's another publication. So we were not going out with publications before last year because of confidentiality reasons. But from last year, we have been allowed to go out and talk about RISC-V a bit more, because now NXP publicly declares that we support RISC-V. This is another work that we did on how you do debug verification with Raptor. You will find a lot of tools doing verification of instructions, but nobody will talk in what happens when you randomly go in with your breakpoints, with your program buffer execution in the middle of the software. Your random tool has to support that. So we worked all these in our in-house tools and got Raptor to support debug, which we even didn't have during the PowerPC days. Okay, I'll have to speed up a bit. So emulation, FPGA, we do a lot of it. We do a lot of collaboration with RISC-V tool vendors. And finally, like verification checks like X propagation, gate level simulations. Some of our engineers are old folks. They keep on telling us to gate level sims, but it's sometimes important. It's not always important, but yeah. So on the ecosystem part, we have been participating in the RISC-V international technical committees that define the standards. We actually use a lot of the discussion threads, directly go and post a question. If you have some questions, especially on very corner case specification, right? You have a very corner case in PMP. What happens if my access is half in this region and half in that region? So all those type of things, there can be debates. We collaborate with different tool vendors. I have written in the open source ones that we use. GCC, LLVM. On the debug tools, we use OpenOCD. We also work with a lot of the professional tool vendors because their tools are much more mature. But on the open source, we work with them. LLVM is catching up fast on GCC. The performance of LLVM used to be rather poor a couple of years back, but now they are catching up. We are doing a lot of work to profile and benchmark RISC-V code for performance and static code density for various business lines and applications. We are always get compared against ARM because ARM is a formidable company. I mean, they have put in a lot of effort and they have a very concerted effort, unlike RISC-V, which is scattered, right? So to match their static code density and performance, you have to put in a lot of effort. So these are some of the external RISC-V engagements we have been doing. One is because we are a European company, we have a lot of collaborations in Europe. One is the Tristan program. One is the Open Hardware Group. So we are also sponsoring the CV32 E20 core development and architecture definition of a co-processor interface. That's very important for all of us, where you have a standard co-processor interface from where you can attach the co-processors for application-specific accelerators. We are also engaged with some select Indian startup companies. One is, for example, some of you already propose it as an alternative to IEEE 754. It's still in early stages. We have been evaluating, and if things materialize, we'll go forward. This is our collaboration with IIT Madras. We started some discussions a few months back, and we were on a visit last month. We've now got the NDA signed, so we can speak freely from both sides. This was a picture we took while we had a very nice discussion with Professor Kamakoti and his team. We have been discussing, we are following up with monthly discussions now on research task possibilities, product possibilities around the Shakti course, human capital possibilities, that's always very important for us, and startup collaboration possibilities. So we do have requirements where we want to focus on some things that we cannot focus because of those require much more dedicated effort, and something that can be done better in a startup environment or an academic institution. Those type of things we want to collaborate with IIT Madras. So concluding, RISC-V ISA is gaining major traction in various applications, and as a leader in automotive and edge applications, we are committed to differentiate its products based on RISC-V architectures, and we are working with various academic institutes and research consortiums on RISC-V. The key word here is the differentiation, because we think that ARM is not going to go away anytime soon. There has to be a coexistence. So if you have to have a coexistence, you have to have some differentiation. So ARM, x86 both have very high mature ecosystem. You can easily understand x86 tried to enter the mobile world, failed. ARM tried to enter the high performance computing world, didn't really become successful. So there has to be a much more balanced attack on this from a differentiation perspective to make RISC-V successful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Vasan to felicitate the guest with a memento. Before introducing the next speaker, we have an in-house announcement. We have found a wallet was lying in the area. Like, you can just come and the owner of the wallet can come and collect if you have lost the wallet. The next presentation is by Mindgrove Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Sharan Srinivas J. Sharan is a computer scientist with a master's from IIT Switzerland. In addition to being the co-founder and chief technology officer at Mindgrove, he is also currently a PhD student in the Department of Computer Science under Professor Kamakoti. He is currently works at the intersection of computer vision, SOC design, and machine learning interference for application at the edge. Over to you, sir.
Right. Thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a very good lunch. So, we have had in this symposium a number of speakers until now who have touched upon several aspects of the RISC-V ecosystem. There was Arjun who spoke about secure boot. There was Saroji who just gave a wonderful explanation of the NXP's work in RISC-V with a lot of insights on the RISC-V ISA and its associations. Professor Kamakoti gave a great introduction about it, and the minister laid out India's broad vision of how the government looks at RISC-V for India and so on. When we were asked to give this keynote, we were basically wondering what to talk about. And frankly, I'm happy that I have chosen this, because a lot of the technical points that we were planning to talk about has been covered by people who are much better and much better suited to explain those things. So what we thought about, Shashwat and I, when we were discussing is let's talk about how we go about building an SoC, configuring an SoC, and how Mindgrove is doing it in particular. So this, we follow a paradigm called co-design. There's a lot of strengths and weaknesses to it. We'll be talking about it, but we believe strongly that we have to be software first and software design, software driven for a number of reasons that we'd be talking about. So quick introduction from left to right. Shashwat is the co-founder CEO. I am the CTO, and you have Uma Maheshwaran, who is the Chief Operations Officer. He's around here somewhere, either here or in the booth. Mindgrove builds system on chips under the product brand name Mindgrove Silicon, and we have until this point have raised a seed round of about $2.3 million US, led by Peak 15 partners, Special Invest and Whiteboard Capital, and a couple of angel investors. The SoCs that we build have the principal core, which is Digital India RISC-V's Shakti processor, the C class to be very specific. Apart from that, we have our own modifications to the chip at the SoC level, and we have a number of in-house IP that we are developing for our specific use cases. We also have third-party IPs which we incorporate in as and when necessary. We are not a services company. We believe in being product first, and because of my and Shashwat's background in computer vision, all our current designs, at least the first few designs, are almost definitely focused on signal processing and edge vision applications. So, the three most dangerous things in the world, at least according to Mindgrove, is a hardware engineer with a bug fix. And if you ask anybody in the Mindgrove team, especially recently, given that we are in the process of RTL to GDS preparing for tape out, everybody would vibe with that point. A second point, which is probably I myself am an example of, is a software engineer with a soldering iron. A third point, and this is perhaps a point that a lot of people would get immediately, is an idea that nobody wants to buy. Nobody wants to buy. When you're doing hardware, you have to go through a whole bunch of steps to ensure that your design is correct, and if you find a bug and you fix the bug, you have to go through this whole bunch of steps that you have to check to ensure that everything is in order. Mr. Saurav touched upon a number of these things: CDC, RDC checks, linting, and a lot of other such things. And you have to ensure that the PPA corners are met. So your design should not increase the amount of power consumed, it should still maintain with the performance targets, and it should be as small as possible, because large chips equate to very high cost. So every time a hardware engineer comes and fixes a bug, and you're incorporating that bug from an SoC perspective, you want to be absolutely sure that at the system level, nothing else gets broken. You don't have cascading issues. So hardware issues take time to fix. They need tender love and care, and it's not something that you can take very lightly. Point number 2 is what we call a software engineer with a soldering iron. Today, a lot of software abstracts out the hardware for good reason. And apart from a small class of people playing around in the embedded world, a lot of people, for example, developing, let's say, state-of-the-art generative AI models, for example, they know that their code is running on for example, an NVIDIA GPU, but they don't necessarily know the actual configuration, the actual architecture of the NVIDIA GPU that is on which it is running. So these people giving instructions on how to build hardware needs to be dealt with carefully. Obviously, these people need to drive hardware development, because their software is the one that is going to run on your hardware, and that is why we have benchmarks and the like. But we need to deal with an extreme amount of care here, and that is the reason why the software people were kept in their own nice cushy space, and the hardware people were kept in the nice cushy space, and they interacted. This works in certain contexts, and in other contexts it doesn't work. Ultimately, the whole point of a design, the whole point of engineering an SoC is that you need to deploy it in the market, and it needs to solve a problem. If your SoC does not have the feature that somebody wants to solve their problem, they're not going to buy it. If you have the feature, but the customer wants it at, say, $100, but you have your design is such that you cannot sell it anything less than $200, he's obviously not going to buy it. So these three things, if not handled with extreme care, will kill any dream. So how do you go about building that SoC, keeping in mind that these are some, but not all, the challenges that you have? One of the answers is design them all together. Shashwat used to tell me a story about the development of Blender. There's a tool called Blender, and for those who are not very aware of it, and if I am not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, the movie RRR was, the VFX and all was done using that tool, and it's an open source tool. So what they used to do was they used to take an animation project, and they had apparently a developer of the tool and the user of the tool sitting right next to each other. So he will make, the developer will make the feature which the user will then use. And this guy will basically go and say, hey, this feature is not working well, can you tweak it that way? I would like to use it in this way, can you fix it that way? And this guy would give him feedback here by saying, hey, this is very hard to do in, as a feature. It means I have to cover a whole bunch of bases. Can you adjust your work such that you do it this way so that it becomes easier for me and a slight bit of adjustment for you? It was a sort of a do-it. And that is in a number of ways how co-design of software and hardware also works. A lot of people will agree, a lot of people will disagree, but that's effectively how I think about it. You are developing for a use case, so there's going to be software. You are going to run that software on something, which is going to be the SoC and its associated platform, and you will have to develop them together. And that paradigm is co-design, and that is essentially what Mindgrove as a company does. Why? Software evolves very, very fast. We have, all of us have at least one smartphone with us, and we have at least seen one app which has buggy features in it, and somebody gives feedback on the App Store, and they take this feedback, they identify the bugs, throw in an OTA update and fix it. And this is a iterative process and happens very, very, very quickly, and we are used to it now. It does not happen that way in hardware. It takes about 18 months to develop, to assemble together a microcontroller class design, and it takes several years to complete a design of the latest Snapdragon style or your Apple Silicon style chips which are taped out at the leading nodes. Hardware takes much, much, much longer to do. That's one point. Software is flexible. In hardware, I am taking my source code in Verilog, VHDL, System Verilog, BlueSpec, whatever, and I'm translating that into a circuit. This circuit is then sent to the foundry, and they create something called an engineering mask, right? Something akin to a mold, if you will. And the foundry takes a wafer of silicon and etches effectively the circuitry onto that piece of silicon repeatedly. That does not change very quickly, because if you have to change it, it's a new chip. It's a new piece of silicon, and then you have to go through all the process again. In that sense, software is way more flexible. You can identify a bug, and you can report that bug, and you can fix the bug with an over-the-air update. This is what has been happening with our smartphones. Hardware bugs are dangerous. As I said, one of the three most dangerous things in the world, hardware bugs can kill chips. I would definitely, there was this issue famously with Intel's floating point unit way back, and it caused a lot of problems for the chip maker, and I would definitely recommend you to go look up that story on how dangerous hardware bugs can be. And that is why we do so much verification on it. We try to formally prove it, and so on and so forth. And we are in India. We are an IT services major. And our education system is effectively trained towards producing a lot more software engineers. So there's a lot more software engineers, and there is a worldwide shortage of semiconductor engineers, design engineers for the whole supply chain. Which is probably why Professor Kamakoti started his class as we defined VLSI as very large source of income, and currently it still is very large sources of income. It gets mentioned in the media that people who have a great amount of skill in the AI and machine learning industry get paid a lot. This has always been true in the semiconductor industry. It's just not, it wasn't as visible as it is right now. So it's hardware is rigid, hardware evolves slowly, there are fewer engineers to do it, it's a very lengthy and a very, very, very expensive process. So logic dictates, if you can do something in software, then you must do it in software. If you cannot do something in hardware, in software, then you do that, and that part alone in hardware. This is how we are thinking about the problem. So how do you build these hardware components that can keep up with the software that we have? The software is all constantly evolving. Let's take an example. On the screen in front of you, you have something called number plate detection. So on the image on top, you have 4 cameras that are laid out on an expressway. And these 4 cameras are capturing vehicles that come in. The requirement is that the cameras recording the cars that are driving past and read the number plates and log the number plates wherever. The number plate information that has been captured must be sent to the cloud. The number plate information must be sent to the cloud and not the image. As I said, only the license plate information is required and the video stream is not. I pulled these images from a tutorial that is given by OpenCV. The source is at the bottom. So let's just keep rolling with that. We will do detection of individual vehicles and optical character recognition here, and we'll use OpenCV to do both. Pure software. All right. Where is this code going to run? Is it going to run on the camera, on that camera that has been mounted on the highway, or is it going to be executed on an x86 processor on AWS or Microsoft Azure or Google Cloud or wherever? We just answered that question. We said only the license plate information is required, the video stream is not. Meaning, we are going to implement our detection code and the OCR on that spot and then send only the information to the cloud. Now here's the next set. Now this is where we are going. We've got the problem, and now we are looking to configure an SoC around for this problem. Time to solution. You see a lot of cars over there, and I need to detect each individual car, extract each individual number plate, and then send. So there are 3 steps: detect, optical character recognition, and communication. How much time do I have to do each of these things? So the question number 1. What communication protocol am I using? Am I sending it over Ethernet? Am I sending it over Wi-Fi? Is the communication LTE based? Do I have a SIM card inserted in every camera's board? These are questions that need to be answered. And what kind of electricity supply do I get? Is it battery based? Do I have connection to a mains line? These have implications on the PPA corners that were discussed in just the previous talk, right? Power, performance, and area. So time to solution dictates the kind of performance that we will need. The electricity supply situation will tell us what kind of power systems is powering this thing up, and we'll have to do our designs based on that. Point number 3, and this is not something that is typically brought up in a technical talk. What's the budget? I can design a Snapdragon kind of chip, I can do it in 28 nanometers, which was one of the lead nodes in, say, circa 2013, 2014, 2015 era, or I could do it in 5 nanometers. There's a cost question to each of these things. Do I do it at TSMC? What kind of peripherals I need? There's how many people do I need? How much time do I have? All of each and every one of these questions has an associated cost. So the budget is there. Deployment. Where am I deploying it? This is an important question because your chip is going to be exposed to the ambient temperature. If this is probably a regular temperature place, if it is a European country, then I could say a temperature of minus 10 degrees to about 30 degrees and so on. But I can do a combination. It needs to run in India, it needs to run in Jaisalmer, it needs to run in Cherrapunji, it needs to run in Ladakh, maybe Siachen, and it needs to run in an absolutely humid place like the places in Kerala or Tamil Nadu and so on. And final question, and this is a supply chain related question, and it's very much important for a semiconductor industry, SoC maker like us, is how many chips can you sell? So this is a small subset of the questions that we have to ask before you even start talking about the design of your chip. And this is where the ISA comes in. At the beginning, we spoke about the software engineers being sitting in as one group, and the hardware engineers are sitting as another group. They need a way to communicate with each other. So in that sense, the ISA is, in my own words, is a recipe book, because that is where they come to an understanding. It is the interface. It is where the software engineer, the compiler who'll write the code, it gets compiled into binary format in the 32-bit RISC-V instruction format, which will say this is the operation that needs to be performed, this is where the data is, and this is where the computed output needs to be placed. And the ISA is used to talk to between the hardware and the software engineer. RISC-V is extensible. This is useful. The modularity of RISC-V is very useful. More often than not, in an SoC, in your typical mobile SoC, you will see 8 application processors. So you will have what is called a set of 4 performance cores and a set of 4 efficiency cores. But you will more often than not have a lot more cores, smaller microcontroller grade or even very, very tiny processors sitting interspersed and sprinkled around the rest of the SoC. And these guys typically don't need to be as powerful as the application processor, and they may or may not need all the features that are there in an application processor. So for a small a semiconductor SoC design firm like Mindgrove, this is a pretty useful thing, because we sit down and work on one core, like the C class, and we incorporate as many features as we can into that C class, and then configure that core into many of these use cases. So if I have an SoC that has, say, a need for 5 cores, say the application core requiring a floating point unit, then I add a floating point unit into that core. But if I have another a block, IP block that is sitting inside my SoC and it does not need a floating point unit, then as was mentioned earlier, and thanks to the modularity of RISC-V, I just switch off all the F and D instructions and I run a pure integer unit. If I only need an integer instruction, which is pretty useful to have if you're building a computer vision application, because most of your image sensors read data which are converted into 16-bit unsigned integers. Or if you're doing an RGB thing in your phone, it's 8, 10 or a 12-bit RGB values. These are typically integers, and a lot of these processing is done with the help of integers. The thing with RISC is that the instructions are very, very simple. This allows us to create microarchitectures which are simple in turn, which brings a lot of security aspects in which we can cover the core. It helps us to bring it in compliance with a lot of certification things, but it does create an issue in that because each individual instruction typically does only one thing at a time, we have a lot more instructions. That is there, but then again the instruction set architecture allows for custom extensions. And so therefore you can create your own instruction which does multiple things at the same time. However, if you do that, you now have to contend with support for it on the compiler stage. You have to contend with being able to program that, support it on the field for whomsoever is buying your chip and using it, and so on and so forth. And it becomes the job of the SoC company to be absolutely sure if such a thing is necessary. If the use case requires it, then they can do it. If not, then there is no need for it. You can sit with the standard instructions which are supported by GCC, LLVM, the burgeoning community around RISC-V. And of course, RISC-V is open. Shakti is also open, by the way. So BSD license, right? So we can take the Shakti core, which is hosted by IITM, and we can build commercial things out of it. We can go into the core, fiddle with the microarchitecture, tweak it for our own use case, and sell that design. This is the open system is very useful for that. So let me quickly walk through how it looks like. The Shakti C class here is what I call a very simple core. It is a 5-stage pipeline. So every time we first fetch an instruction, and then once you fetch that instruction, you're effectively fetching a set of 32 bits, and then in the next decode stage, you're splitting that 32-bit stream into the opcode, into the operand, and you're storing it. And then in the third stage, you are identifying what instruction has actually come in and go perform that instruction. So if it's an integer instruction, you go into the integer unit. If it's a floating point add, you go invoke the floating point adder, and so on. If it is a load or a store instruction, which are the only two instructions that touch the memory, we give a request onto the cache. The core gives a request onto the cache and sits in the next stage waiting for the response, where it picks up the response. So the pipeline queue is still moving. The next instruction is in the execute, the instruction after that is being decoded, the instruction after that is fetched, and so on. And once you get your data back and you move on, and if it's a compute instruction, you simply bypass that memory stage and go into the 5th stage. You say, I'm done, I've done all my work. You update the appropriate shelves, for the lack of a better term, and you do what is called retirement of that instruction. Basically, you're done. So the core has these 5 pipeline stages: fetch, decode, execute, memory, write back, or retire, whatever you want to call. It has 2 register files, one set of 32 registers for integer and another set of 32 registers for floating point, provided you have a floating point unit. Minegroves does. And you have a branch prediction unit. That's it. That's the core. An out-of-order core, I understand there's going to be a talk about it, is a bit more complex than that, and you'll see the differences between a single stage in-order core like the C class versus a more multiple issue out-of-order core. So this is the core that we are using. Now, we have a lot of quick questions here. I have a core. I said I have a cache. And if you see in the image, there's a big blue line. That's basically the interconnect fabric, and there can be a whole bunch of peripherals connected to those fabrics. Some are listed out as examples. Let's go back to the problem over there, right? Identifying number plates. And we said we have to detect the cars, we have to identify the number plates and send it communicated elsewhere. So what is the size of the caches? Do you need it to be 8 KB? Do you need it to be 16 KB? Do you need it to be 32 KB? Do you need it to be 64 KB? Do you need 1 level of cache, 2 levels of cache, 3 levels of cache? These are questions that we need to ask. There's this terminology called Fmax, which is the clock frequency of the system, of which your applications core run here. And what is your Fmax? How fast do you need one cycle to progress? That will in turn play into how fast you can finish your computations necessary. How many peripherals are there? It depends on what communication protocol you're using. For example, you will have a BLE controller if you're using Bluetooth, you will have an Ethernet controller if you're using Ethernet, and so on. Right? How many of these instances do you need? We were speaking with one of our customers who gave a need for high-speed Ethernet, 1 gigabit Ethernet. And they wanted 2 such peripherals. One to get data from their sensor system and do a little bit of processing inside the SoC, and one to egress their data. So these are the kinds of questions that come. These are the modes of use which then drive questions like the instant count of each peripherals. What are the instances do you need here? You obviously have a camera. So you're going to need typically a MIPI camera serial interface. And then the question becomes, how many cameras can a single MIPI serial interface have? Right? It starts, I'm sure you are getting the drift that this is getting more and more and more complicated. Right? And the next question, and one of, again, Shashwat and I's favorite questions, what do you put on chip and what do you want on the board? Putting things on the board gives you flexibility to assemble a lot more configurations, what we call a system on module. As in, we'll do a nucleus chip which will have certain minimum features. We will add memory on the module, which can be 512 MB, which can be 1 GB, 2 GB, depends on the customer. So this question of on-chip and on-board is also definitely there, because if you put things on a PCB board, you are going to lose data transmission speed relative to the data transmission speeds that you would find inside an SoC. So do you have that much time? That's definitely a question that needs to be asked. And the last question, and a very relevant question in today's world, in the state of the as you go more state of the art, this question will come. GPUs and NNAs, neural network accelerators. GPUs are going to be very, very useful if you have a display. And then your question becomes, do you want to support an HD display? Do you want to support a 4K display? Do you want to support it at 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second, 90, 120, whatever? And the amount of time, 60 frames per second, for example, means that 1920 by 1080, a full HD, at 60 frames per second means you are getting frame data, 1920 by 1080, RGB, or raw data, whichever it might be, every 16.67 milliseconds. So you only have that much time to do something with that data and move it so that you're ready to get the next data, and your design is driven and and depends on that. Do you need an NNA? This has been part of my PhD work, and the answer to that is machine learning goes like this. Machine learning is a very, very powerful tool, and it provides an enormous amount of value for those applications where there are so many knobs that it becomes impossible for a human being to tune manually. If there are 2 knobs, okay, I said this, it's optimized, fine. But if there are 200 knobs, for example, then machine learning becomes very, very useful. Transformers, convolutional neural networks in the vision field, or generative AI algorithms in the NLP field, and so on. Then the question becomes, what kind of an NNA do you want? How big of an NNA do you need? All those kinds of things. Then we have this fun fact called model compression. Right? So it gets more and more complex. That would create the question, I have a machine learning inference model. Now, do I run it? Is it best run on a neural network accelerator? Is it best run on a GPU? Is it best run on a CPU with a vector extensions? And vector is one of my current favorite RISC-V ISA specs, because it is set up in such a way that it is configurable. I can incorporate it into the C class that you are seeing there, a vector pipeline, or I can incorporate it as a separate processor connected to the C class as a host system, and so on. So the design space keeps going more and more and more and more and more. And the answers are driven by the specific application use case. For this use case, I would say you have a millisecond or so at best to solve this problem. To do your detection, pass on the detected information to the OCR algorithm, get the result of the OCR and transmit it. The ideal way to do it in my case, thinking out loud here, is you build a pipeline to do a detection, perhaps a neural network accelerator to do that detection, perhaps a vector CPU to do an OCR, and have it communicated typically via gigabit Ethernet, because there can be quite a bit of data there. But then we are sending only the license plate information, which is basically TN07XY1234 or whatever. So if you are sending a whole bunch of characters, fairly simple communication systems also works. The budget for doing anything imaging, well, it depends on what nanometer you do, whether you build your stuff in-house, whether you build, whether you get third-party IP and the likes, but it can run into several $1 million easily. And a portion of this comes down because you're using RISC-V, and you can use, you're using Shakti, and you can build up on that and have in-house IP which you can tweak and reuse and so on. One application is not enough. Unless you're making an iPhone. Then you're selling 100 million units per year or whatever. And at that level, things are great. But otherwise, you typically end up designing a chip for a basket of use cases, not just one. So you will, if you can do this with a camera, then you can also do person detection, movement detection. You can couple this with an IR sensor or a radar sensor and work on that. And a whole host of application use cases open up, which are relatives to these guys, if I would. And that is where you get the volume. So SoC design is, as Professor Kama said this when he spoke, so he said semiconductor design is not a joke. You probably have realized that it can be terrifying if not handled properly. But it's also an enormous amount of fun. What we need, in our opinion, and what Mindgrove is doing, is we are trying to keep our hardware designs as small as possible, at a very targeted, built for very targeted use cases as much as possible. And RISC-V is enabling us to do that. RISC-V's modularity has been very, very useful for us to build, to focus and stabilize one system and reuse it as much as we can. And Shakti has also been very useful. The C class especially has been very useful for the use cases we are looking at because of how it has been designed. So if you keep your hardware design to the most essential things, right, and try to do as much as possible on software, and develop that software along with the hardware so that you meet your performance, power and cost benchmarks, what you end up using RISC-V is what we end up calling software driven co-design with RISC-V, which will come out in the next several months under the name Minegrove Silicon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Mr. Vasan to felicitate the guest with a memento. Thank you. The next session will be by Mr. Gopakumar. He's the CTO and co-founder of SecureWeave Research Labs. He has over 22 years of experience in product development, right from conceptualization to delivery as a part of industry majors such as NVIDIA, FireEye, NetApp, etc. He is experienced in all phases of software development projects, partnered with developers, QA and support engineers throughout the product lifecycle. Gopakumar possesses deep understanding of processor architecture, has expertise in the design and development of hypervisors Type 1 and Type 2. He also architected, designed and developed SecureWeave security hypervisor with other co-founders. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the introduction. So, first of all, we are Free from SecureWeave. We are honored and humbled to get this opportunity to be part of this prestigious event. So, SecureWeave is a cybersecurity startup, and And basically, in this presentation, my agenda would be to give an introduction of the company, followed by a look at the current threat landscape. This is basically, since we are a cybersecurity company, of course, the focus will be on security. A quick brief of why RISC-V is secure. Then coming to the limitations of most popular operating systems of today, which makes even the most secure processors vulnerable. Then our association with the Shakti team and how we have built some innovative products together, and what are we currently doing in the RISC-V world and what our future endeavors are. So we are incorporated, we got incorporated about a year and a half back. The headquarters is in Hyderabad, and the core mission of SecureWeave is to build products that can stop advanced malware attacks against which the conventional solutions are not really helpful. And the founding team comes with over 8 years of experience working with safety and security critical systems. So our claim to fame, I would say, is SecV, which is a secure hypervisor, which to our understanding is the nation's first indigenously built secure hypervisor. This is a patent protected technology. We recently got a patent granted. Few others we have filed. We won the best cybersecurity startup award in the AICRE conclave, Delhi. We are of course partnering with IITM in the Shakti program. We are also partnering with Dell, Intel, etc. We won the IDEX. IDEX is Innovation for Defense Excellence. So we won the IDEX challenge, and we are now securing Indian Navy's internet-facing machines from advanced malware attacks. And we are also part of the DIR5 initiative. So to start off with, what is the current threat landscape? So probably all of us are aware that the complexity and sophistication of malware have evolved tremendously over time. And the most nefarious of all these malwares are the advanced persistent threats. So these are the type of malware which can stay resident in a system for a very long time by hiding its presence as well as the presence of other malware. So consequently, the attack can go on for a very long time without getting detected. And there was a time when these type of advanced malwares were not very common. But unfortunately, because of the presence of dark web, and also even in today's world, open source repositories which contain such advanced malware code samples, it is not very difficult for someone to get hold of such a malware and use it as a weapon. So consequently, today we are seeing even ransomwares with such capabilities. For example, Robinhood is a Windows-based malware which has the ability to exploit one of the vulnerabilities in the one of the Windows device drivers and get kernel mode privileges. Similarly, there was an example about a year back called CakeTap, which is a Unix malware which was affecting the ATM machines. And apparently the attack went on for years before getting detected. So these are type of the attacks that are happening today, and conventional solutions cannot really protect the system from this type of malware. So what exactly is causing these type of attacks to succeed? There are many reasons, but primarily the fact is that the most popular operating systems of today, say for example Linux, which is there today right from handheld devices to supercomputers, these operating systems were not designed from the very beginning with a security mindset. Security is more like bolted into these operating systems. Consequently, there exist a lot of vulnerabilities in the kernel as well as in the applications, of course, that can be exploited and are getting exploited today. Also, if you look at, again, the popular microprocessors, we know that they are not inherently secure in certain ways. Few years back, there was a very famous case of Spectre and Meltdown issues where the out-of-order execution units and etc. were found to be vulnerable, and there was cases where secured data was someone who can exploit these and get the secure data out of protected memory regions, etc. Or even Intel's management engine is known to have vulnerabilities where someone can now probably rewrite the firmware of the system, thereby causing pretty lot of damage. And so even in today's world or the coming years, even embedded systems are prone to have a lot of vulnerabilities because of the fact that embedded systems are becoming highly software defined today. A lot of software is coming in, and hence any of those vulnerabilities that were existing in a typical IT system is quite possible in an embedded system as well. And as I mentioned, conventional solutions, say an antivirus, cannot really stop the kind of advanced malware attacks that are happening today, because these malware have a lot of artifacts that makes it impossible for a conventional solution to detect and stop these type of attacks. So now let's look at the security angle. To start off with, RISC-V is a much more secure processor because of the very fact that the way the whole ecosystem is there, this RISC-V ecosystem. Primarily the open architecture, which actually makes it possible for early detection of issues. And of course, because it's open, the possibility of a backdoor or a hidden channel is minimal. And again, we all know that it comes with a solid set of native security mechanisms like physical memory protection. And as Sharan mentioned, there are enough scope for extensions, customized extensions like security extensions, for example. Shakti itself has compartments, and then Sci-Fi has the World Guard. These kind of capabilities are there, which enables to have protected execution of code, protection of data, etc. possible. But despite the fact that the processor world is moving towards highly secure design, the fact still remains that the operating systems that run on it remains the weakest link. Like Linux is not going to go anywhere because how useful it is, how effective it is in various type of applications. So it's a beautiful written operating system in many ways, but it has its own share of vulnerabilities, and that is only going to increase in the coming days. So any amount of hardening of the operating system itself is not going to make it completely secure, because of the very fact that the trusted compute base of Linux is so huge that the possibility of an exploit always remains there. And it's a monolithic in nature. So if the kernel of the operating system get compromised, it's the end of the game. So an untrusted operating system basically defeats the benefits of that a secure microprocessor offers. So if you take a look at Linux, there are enough examples of kernel mode rootkits today. These kernel mode rootkits used to be relevant for Microsoft Windows probably a decade ago, but these days you can see enough number of these for Linux as well. For example, Phantom Lake, this is a malware with kernel mode rootkit capabilities. This is probably inspired from an open source project. And about a month back, Microsoft gave a report of how Linux systems were compromised by Trojanized OpenSSH versions of malware. And the interesting part there was the presence of these malware, this OpenSSH malware, were hidden by kernel mode rootkits. Like they specifically called out Reptile and Diamorphine. And these are open source kernel mode rootkits. Anyone can download this. Anyone with enough technical understanding can download this and make them functional. So, a year back, SecureWave was incubated at IIT Madras, and we worked with the Shakti team to basically develop our platform called CHESS. CHESS stands for Configurable Hardware Enforced Safety and Security. We built, along with the Shakti team, a secure hypervisor-based platform to protect the operating systems from kernel mode attacks. And here we leverage the H extensions, the hypervisor extensions of RISC-V in a unique way. Rather than a typical conventional hypervisor which exists there for resource sharing, we leverage the H extensions for security. And we have proved that this solution can stop kernel mode attacks. So a quick glimpse at the secure hypervisor capabilities. So it's a type 1 bare metal hypervisor, 64-bit kernel it is. Of course, it can be configured to run on a 32-bit system as well. It has the features such as dynamic memory allocation, interrupt exception handling, virtual memory support wherever required. It has a CLI interface so that user can configure the operations. It supports single core as well as multi-core, and of course it works with OpenSBI interface. And the current product that we have built, it can launch a single virtual machine over a RISC-V based system with H extensions. And from the H extension point of view, we have virtual CSR support, gust interrupt injection, etc. And since it's a secure hypervisor and not a conventional one, we want to ensure that the performance part of the system is not affected. So we virtualize only the security critical regions of the system. So many of the things which are non-security critical are given as pass-through to the guest. And the most important part would be that we have demonstrated that we can detect and mitigate Linux kernel mode rootkits, including Diamorphine and Reptile. So this slide gives a glimpse of the various rootkits that exist for Linux today. and their capabilities. In the interest of time, I won't go in detail here. And we are also comparing our solution with the other existing Linux rootkit detection software. So there are a few there, but bulk of it are for user space rootkits. The only kernel mode rootkit detection software for Linux that exists today, apart from what we have built, is called LKRG. But LKRG also has certain limitations. It is a kernel module, so at best it can detect a rootkit, not mitigate it. Whereas what we have built here can not only detect but mitigate the rootkit attack as well. So apart from that, we have also built, along with Shakti team, a diagnostic kernel. This is for the validation, for verifying the sanity of an early hardware. So now a chip has come and say we want to launch an operating system on it. There are possibilities that because of some issues here and there, the OS may not come up. And it becomes difficult to diagnose and root cause it using, say, an operating system like Linux. So we have built a tiny kernel which can work as a VM virtual machine or as a standalone kernel to diagnose the modules that are present in the board, say the processor, the interrupt injection logic, or H extensions, supervisor or user mode extensions, etc. Memory, of course. So this kernel was built primarily to bring out such early issue, root cause it, and so that it can be fixed. Also, we have built like an SDK for Linux, which basically it allows someone to easily develop the applications. So we have a built system in place where the target image can be built for a simulator, for an emulator, or an FPGA. And it includes all the source packages such as OpenSBI, bootloaders, the necessary tool chains, including the root file system, so that an application can easily be added and launched on the board. We also have included demo programs into it so that someone who's relatively new to the ecosystem can pick up fast and do the development. And so this was what was already achieved. What we are working today is what we call as a deep isolator. This is a separation kernel wherein the security is assured by separating the applications in such a way that one application cannot interfere with the execution of another application. So this is suitable for a lot of upcoming IoT work, embedded industry work, etc., aeronautics and all. We have built a minimum viable product here, and the work is in progress to make it completely productized. So one of the use case is for the industrial IoT, say Industry 4.0, etc., where there are needs to have mixed criticality, real-time response, etc., so that multiple operating systems with different needs can coexist. So there may be operating system like real-time OS which needs real-time capabilities. There may be, in an IoT setup, there could be GPUs in the hardware. So you need a separate GPU engine which has to be protected from a PLC-driven software. Similarly, visualization for that you may need Linux. So today, because of the fact that earlier discrete components are coming together, there is a need for multiple OS to coexist in a safe way. So that's what, with of course real-time needs, mixed criticality requirements, etc. So that's what we are trying to provide with the deep isolator. And the same architecture works for automotive industry as well. Say if you take an automotive cockpit with a infotainment system, a rear view sensor systems, instrument cluster, etc. Again, which has varying needs of performance, of security. We can provide all this using our deep isolator by separating and isolating and providing the necessary needs. And so what next for SecureWeave at the RISC-V side? We want to provide, basically to help hardware companies or etc. to accelerate the development by offloading the software work. So we are building an IDE based on Eclipse. We are also building a complete software development environment for assembly, C, C++, etc. Debug trace, related tools with a graphical interface. This is in the pipeline. of course, the performance profiling tools if the processor supports the necessary performance counters. Tool chains, various needs, which can support the various needs. And any customized support is required for a processor, like for example, say compartments in Shakti, which needs a separate kind of a specific tuning from the software point of view. We are providing that as well. And just to also, since there are a lot of students here, also would like to say that we are recruiting. We have been given, we have been working with IIN and we have been given the funding. So we are taking that and using those to build and to the next generation work that we are doing on RISC-V. So just want to close this talk by saying that if any of you are interested, please do apply to us. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Shankar Raman to honor the guest with a memento. The next session will be a special address by a deep tech investor, Mr. Vishesh Rajaram. I'd like to request Mr. Vishesh Rajaram to take over the stage.
Anyway, while we wait for the slides to come, good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. My name is Vishesh Rajaram. I'm representing a deep science and tech fund called Special Invest. We're an early stage pre-seed seed fund that truly believes that this is India's time to innovate for India and for the rest of the world. So with that premise, a little bit of background, we made about 25 investments, manage about 500 crores of assets, but very much focused on pre-seed investing, which means working with teams less than 10 people in size, supporting them financially more and sometimes strategically as well, to build breakthrough technologies from India for the world. Some sectors that we've done this in a very early way is space. We've been fairly early investors, of course, big thanks to the IIT ecosystem there. We're early investors in Agnikul Cosmos, in E-Plane Company, so large play of the India space, India manufacturing, EV company called Ultraviolet, and of course most recently Mindgrove, which building on top of Shakti and RISC-V here. Our belief is that this is India's time to innovate at multiple levels. One, because there's talent. Two, the policy is supporting us. Three, most importantly, I think there is a big change happening globally, geopolitically. Of course, the slides aren't showing up, but we have a slide here which actually shows how global supply chain worked in the year 2000 and how it then transformed in the year 2017. And I think other than the European bloc and the Japanese bloc, the big emerging players with the Chinese bloc. Of course, they are here to stay in their own way, shape, and form. But I think between 2017 and 2023, India is now a serious player in the global supply chain in multiple areas, be it EV manufacturing, be it pharmaceuticals, be it other forms of science, and increasingly semiconductor as well. Our learning has been that in the semiconductor side, a lot of the research report shows that by 2026, India expects to contribute about 20% of all the global chip designers, about 1.2 lakh engineers. And I think the cumulative revenue is expected to be about $300 billion, right? So the opportunity is big and wide. For small players like us, the question is, where do you want to start? Where is the level playing field? Yes, I think if you roll back and see historically, talent for people is here. We've had great chip designers here, great engineering firms out of here that have built value for other parts of the world. The question really is, how do you play it this time, right? If there's Semicon 2.0, what is the opportunity? What do you want to play? And my own view is, you want to play where you have an advantage, or you want to play where it's a level playing field. And to me, which is why RISC-V is like a great place to be, right? One, it's open source, so it's everybody's chance to come up and build something. It's not that ARM and Qualcomm have an advantage for the last 10 plus years and you're trying to play catch up, right? So that's a great starting point. The next challenge for this has been, how do you fund tools? How do you fund for IP? And I think there too, we're beginning to see incubators and accelerators working closely with policy to find ways to bring down the initial cost to get up and running, which is, how do you capital efficiently make progress? It may still be a capital intensive business, you may need a lot more money, etc. But for the first 12, 15, 18 months to show progress and to go in the right direction. Right, now that the slides are up, so I covered all of this. This is largely what we've done in India, Semicon, manufacturing, EV, India space, India energy. Very thankful to IITM, Pravartak, and other networks that have constantly been the watering hole for deep science and tech in India. This is the interesting chart I was talking about, right, which shows that in 2000, it was really more Japan that was the eastern center of gravity, and then 2 decades forward, and then China took its place. But what's more interesting and relevant today is that I think this is India's decade. I think we are a serious contender to be the other bloc, to be a global trusted partner for technology. And again, research reports strongly show that 20% of global talent is going to be in this country, which means you're not just exporting talent, but building high quality product and technology for the other parts of the world. My own view is that the opportunity here is really RISC-V for India, because it's not research anymore. There are about 10 billion cores and tens of thousands of engineers working on it. Startups and incumbents have already started to work on RISC-V to make products and services. We ourselves are very fortunate to work closely with, of course, Pravartak, Shakti team and the MindGrow team, and they're building SoC applications specifically for India first, on top of the Shakti core. What I want to leave the audience with is, I think this time it's different. I think it's a coming together of many things. It's a coming together of the country being looked at as a global trusted partner for critical technology. It's a coming together of high quality talent that this country has. I think it's a coming together of very relevant policy frameworks that are addressing key issues and bottlenecks in the industry, be it a DLI scheme, be it a C2S scheme, or be it very innovative ways of funding IP for royalty or for other forms of back-ended payments. I think all of this is making it a fairly fertile ecosystem for young, nascent technologies and founders to come and see if, in a few years you're able to build critical tech without having to raise tens of millions of dollars. And I think it's a great place to be, at least for a firm like us. Lots of companies that we've had a chance to look at through Semicon, through Pravartak, through Shakti. I think this is just the starting point. Many more to come in the years ahead, and very excited to be here. Wishing all the young startups all the best, and here to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, and I'm really sorry for the small delay in the presentation. May I now request Professor Kamakoti, the Director of IIT Madras, to honor the guest with a memento. Thank you so much. We'll now break for tea. The time allotted is only 20 minutes due to the other upcoming presentations. Let us all meet here at 4:20. The coffee and tea will be served in the same place for the general participants, and for the special invitees and then VIPs, the coffee will be served in the 7th floor of this building. May I request everyone to be seated? We'll be having the technical session number 8, which will be by Ms. Lavanya J. And she is the CEO and founder of Vyoma Systems, and she's providing verification as a service for RISC-V processors and systems. She has 12 plus years of experience in various processor teams. She has been part of IBM, ARM verification teams and led RISC-V processor verification efforts at Rembus Chip Technologies and at Shakti team IIT Madras. She has an MS at IIT Madras from the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. Over to you, Lavanya.
Thanks, Rudra. Thanks. Good evening, everyone. So we have listened to a lot of RISC-V design companies' talks. Vyoma Systems purely works on the verification of those RISC-V designs. So we say that we are the people who will understand, who deliver the RISC-V and its quality. We will be going over how Vyoma designs the next generation verification environment for these RISC-V designs. A brief introduction about the company. We are into mainly focusing on RISC-V business and the verification of RISC-V processors. We provide verification as a service platform. It's a cloud platform for this verification. We are incubated at Pravartak, and we are known as the DIR-V startup, Digital India RISC-V startup. General agenda of today's talk. So we will go over what RISC-V verification means and what kind of differentiation we want to bring up so that the next generation engineers like yourself can easily get into this domain of verification. Most of my life has been spent in processor verification in the industry. So I'm passionate about it, and I hope that this talk can bring in that same kind of interest for you guys to make RISC-V or verification as your career choice. And we will go over a brief of Shakti verification, how we do it using Vyoma's Uptick Pro tool. So what basically defines the success of the RISC-V business? The main three pillars that defines are the quality. So if your product or your solution based on RISC-V is faulty or it is buggy at the customer side, then you lose your reputation as well as your business immediately. So the first guiding principle for any RISC-V business is the quality of the RISC-V that you're providing. The second is time to market. Because there are a lot of players and a lot of traction in this RISC-V business, if your RISC-V product does not reach the market with the quality that you are defining at the right time, then you lose your business. The third most important part is customization, where you provide the key differentiator from other competitors who are also providing the same RISC-V solutions as you. You provide either custom instructions or some optimization that you want to bring in, which solves a problem for your customers using RISC-V. So these are the three pillars: quality, time to market, and customization that defines the success of any RISC-V business success. What it means for verification. So verification here means before manufacturing any RISC-V processor, we understand and make sure that the design is bug-free so that it performs as expected, that we have defined the feature set for. For the success of this RISC-V three qualities, what it means for RISC-V verification is that the tests and the coverage. So have we tested the whole design correctly with all the corner cases and also all kinds of random scenarios that can happen in exercising or using that RISC-V product has happened. So that is the first task that as a verification engineer you look at. And then the second is the time to market. So is your methodology and the infrastructure that you use to verify your design, is it robust enough to automate things quickly and deliver the high quality RISC-V product to the market in a timely fashion? The third one is customization. So as and when anybody who wants to design RISC-V wants to put in their own, can we say, masala in their product, are we able to quickly verify that masala that it's correct and it does not deviate from the intended implementation? So that quick turnaround of the verification IPs that we can provide will define the success of the customization for these RISC-V. So we have been talking about RISC-V verification, right? What it means for the business. So what really does it mean by RISC-V verification? So we have a RISC-V design that is called the RISC-V design under test. It has design as well as it has the core as well as the memory components. And we have to make sure that it works perfectly with respect to what it has been designed in the specification for. So in order to do that, we have a reference model which the RISC-V International is maintaining. So this will tell us whether the design that you have developed works correctly when comparing it with that. So how do you compare? You provide the tests to this design as well as the reference model, and at every instruction you check whether the design behaves correctly similar to what has been expected. Once this comparison passes, then we know that the testing that you have done for a particular feature then passes. The complexity of processor comes in the way that all the permutation combinations of instructions that can pass through the processor is a very large verification space. So all of you use your electronic devices or anything in your own specific format, and everything will have its own way of execution. So that's why the processor verification space itself is very huge. In order to make sure that any program or any scenario that runs on this RISC-V design works correctly is a big task. So in order to do that, we have defined several verification components that help us in this process. So the first we have are the test and test templates. Basically what kind of tests and the complete set of test suites that cover the whole of the RISC-V implementation. Along with that, all the test benches, reference model, scoreboard is basically this comparison, and the toolchain and infra, the whole infrastructure, how it is run. So all these make sure that we have verified correctly, and the proof for that is given by coverage. It basically tells you how complete is your verification. Then what is the problem here? The main problem with the current highly complex RISC-V designs is this reality. The reality is 76% of today's designs do not attain first silicon success. That means that today you assume it's even an experienced RISC-V team, designs and manufactures that chip. The probability of it to be correctly working is only 76%, 25%, under 25%. So that means that we are missing something. And also, what is the cause of that major failures? It's basically the bugs that we have introduced as the design team into the product. So these two have very big implication in terms of money, because it costs a lot to manufacture a RISC-V design, and also in terms of reputation for a RISC-V company to not have a good track record of silicon successes for their products. So that is why verification plays a huge role in the success of RISC-V. What Vyoma here tries to provide is a makeover for the verification. I hope it's a very common term that everybody understands, but we are using it in terms of this technology. Basically, what industry has been doing for verification, we are trying to make it over to something that we can do it in such a way that all this flow becomes more scalable, more reusable, and easy to maintain and have the quality that we need for RISC-V products. So the first thing is that we provide tests, but the tests are written in such a way that they can be, they are able to use the Python ecosystem to generate and reuse all the test components, as well as bring in generative AI techniques, so that lot of randomness that needs to be brought in to cover the whole verification space can be done using these techniques. So there was one question in my previous talks on this, whether ChatGPT can be used. So since we are bringing in a makeover for the test itself, where we are bringing in Python, so we feel that the world is open to any kind of innovation in this area. So these are the test bench components that define the quality of the verification. So you do either randomized test and the test bench components and the coverage. All these things can be defined using Python. So this is how we make over the tests and the test bench infrastructure. There is a makeover at the tools level too. Initially, we used to do everything on-prem within the server space that is defined for us. We would like to have it in a scalable format using the software infrastructure that has been developed. We containerize all the tools and then we verify in the cloud. We leverage the cloud infrastructure so that all our verification compute can be used in the, using the cloud resources. So this is another form of makeover that Vyoma tries to provide as a solution for RISC-V verification. To summarize, as we said, there are 3 pillars that are needed for business, RISC-V business success. In order to for that to happen, we provide innovative test solutions, Pythonized test benches, and Dockerized infrastructure. So this provides a good solution for all the 3 pillars that ensures high quality verification. We explain that using Shakti C-class verification, where we deploy Vyoma's verification methodology on Shakti's RISC-V design and see this happen. So what it provides us is a highly parallel simulation environment where the designs will be built and the tests will be generated in a parallelized manner, and the simulation, the comparison with the reference model, also happens in a highly parallel manner, only restricted by the cloud infrastructure that you have. This whole simulation flow is dependent on tools that are open source, so there is no vendor dependency that can block us from parallelizing the whole infrastructure. This is the strength of the verification environment, which brings in quality. But yes, we have to address the ground realities as of now. If we say that we are making over to a different language, then when we compare it with what exists, we know that apple-to-apple comparisons we fall short. But when we have to take the whole verification productivity, we know that if we can parallelize so many simulation using our cloud infrastructure, then we verify a particular design faster. There are certain capabilities in the verifications that are needed to be maintained. So these are the challenges that Vyoma is solving and trying to provide as part of its verification tool, so that an industry standard verification environment is available. This is not yet proven, but there is always a question that can it highly provide a high quality verification environment for in-order processors, out-of-order processors, or multi-core processors. So these are the processors and also domain-specific application processors which are bringing in complexity in the design. Can this whole verification environment handle it? Yes, we have proved that it has been possible with our tool, with Shakti RISC-V environment as a use case. So we say that the quality is not compromised by doing this makeover. The advantages, of course, it's open source and Python ecosystem support is there. So the hackathons that we have conducted are proof enough that globally there can be high collaboration and innovation possible if we give the power to the people, the users, the students or the engineers. If we give them the power to use it, then it can be utilized to make a high quality product. And that's how we say that the solution that we provide for RISC-V verification, we can call it the next generation verification DevOps that leverages both the technology, the Python technology, as well as the cloud infrastructure to provide the verification of the future. So this is our product that we have designed as a solution for the problems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lavanya. Indeed, to mention that she has been very helpful in organizing the entire program. May I now request Professor Kamakoti, the Director of IIT Madras, to honor the guest or delegate or the coordinator to honor with a memento. Please. Thank you, sir. The final presentation will be by Dr. Nithya Ranganathan. To introduce Dr. Nithya, she is the lead architect of Shakti Class 1 processor and open source high performance RISC-V processor in the Shakti group at IIT Madras in the past. She has worked in the AMD Research, Austin, and AMD Performance Team Bangalore. She earned a PhD in Computer Sciences from the University of Texas at Austin and BE in Computer Science and Engineering from the College of Engineering, Indy. Her interests include computer architecture, microarchitecture, power performance trade-offs, performance analysis, and compiler organizations. Over to you, Dr. Nithya.
Thank you for the introduction. Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are not sleepy and had some coffee or tea to stay up. So I'm going to be talking about the Shakti I-class out-of-order processor, which we are developing in the Shakti group at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT Madras. It's a purely academic project for now, but it will be released in open source soon and it's ready to be picked up by anyone. So before I start, just to wake you guys up, how many of you know what an out-of-order processor is? How many of you think that it is a processor that doesn't work? It's out of order. Okay, so that's good. So an out-of-order processor basically means that instructions can execute in any order, but still you expect perfect results as it would have executed in a serialized processor. I don't think the pointer is working. Okay, so in this talk, I'll be covering Shakti I-class, the current version, which is version 2. We had a basic version working booting Linux last year, and we're working on version 2, which we're hoping to do a test prototype of. So it's a 64-bit superscalar out-of-order processor for general purpose applications. It could span from your low-end embedded simple mobiles to smartphones to desktop applications, or even scaled up to potentially servers. It supports RB64GC. I think you have heard all of these extensions earlier today. We have integer muldiv, atomics, single and double precision floating point, which is IEEE 734 compliant, compressed, fences, and CSRs. It is a 4-byte processor from fetch to commit, except for issue where we have higher width. I'll come to it later. The minimum pipeline length is 12 stages for simple single cycle ALU operations. Currently we support SV39. We have plans to support SV48 soon. And the processor is booting Linux, and it's working in the lab. The benchmarking is in progress. We have an AFC4 interface to memory and other peripherals in the SoC. We support debug 1.0 spec, a program buffer based debugger. We also have support for FPGA logging to help FPGA debugging easier. We have a whole bunch of hardware performance counters which we can use in performance debugging. It is a highly configurable core in the sense you could pick your core parameters, like starting from structure sizes to whether you want a prefetcher, you want a different style of prefetcher, you want a different predictor, all of that at compile time. But you could also do a couple of things at runtime, like I want to turn speculation off. We'll come to it a little later. But you could do certain things dynamically as well. The implementation is in BlueSpec system Verilog. I'm sure you heard a lot about BlueSpec earlier today. So this is the overall I-class architecture. The stuff in the reddish box on the left side includes the front end of the core. The core has 12 major stages. On the right side, in the cream boxes, you have the back end of the core, and the blue rectangle encompasses all the memory system. Within the boxes, the color coding is such that all the blue boxes are all the in-order stages, and the green boxes are the out-of-order stages, and the yellow ones are the caches. So we start off, so to give a high-level overview, we have the L1 I cache at the left bottom, and we fetch instructions from here. You have the PC generator, next PC generator with a whole suite of branch predictors here. Putting instructions into a decoupling buffer between the fetch and the decode. So you saw the 5-stage pipeline explained by Sharan earlier. So which had fetch, decode, execute, write back, and commit. So this has some more stages. We'll see as we go on. And after decode, we have something called rename, where we have to rename the architectural registers. You know, there are 32 integer and 32 FP registers in RISC-V to physical registers, and the renamed registers go and wait in the dispatch stage, which checks for all structural hazards in the back end of the pipeline, whether instructions can be dispatched to the issue windows, rob, and so on, and issues the instructions to the back end. So the back end is all the green stages. We have a set of split issue windows with a width of up to 7. And then we have the register read stage where as soon as instructions issue, let's say an add instruction issues, it goes and reads the register file for its 2 operands. And execute happens in 4 different clusters, which have a bunch of mixed arithmetic units. We have ALUs in 3 of the clusters and different units associated in each cluster, like a branch unit, muldiv, system, address generation unit, and all of the floating point units, both single and double precision in the 3rd cluster. Finally, it is write back, the last stage that you saw in the C-class presentation as well. And then commit and exception handling, which is when things really get freed up and Rob tracks all of the instructions in the back end of the pipeline. And then we have the memory scheduler, which is just for the loads and the stores, which sends the request to the data cache. And data cache and L1 cache interact with the L2 cache. So this is what we have now in the current version. I'll move on, and I think in the interest of time, they asked me to shorten my talk, so I'll just skip over a couple of stages. Okay, so this is interesting stuff. So what typically happens is you do not want the processor to wait for instructions. So every cycle you need to issue a prediction, give some fetch address to the iCache and receive instructions. So typically what is done is we have a very fast single cycle predictor and a slower overriding predictor which is more accurate but overrides in the third cycle. So right now our single cycle option is bimodal and the overriding predictor could either be a G-share or a TAGE. And we also have a multi-component target predictor to predict the target address, which has separate return address predictors, indirect branch, direct branch call predictors, and so on. We have the PC generator which generates the PC, which is the PC that is delivered by the branch prediction unit every cycle. And that is put in a fetch target queue. The iCache, so this is the decoupling queue between the cache and the predictor. The iCache fetches the next address. It may be a hit or a miss. It takes care of all of that and then gets the 16-byte fetch packet into the instruction extractor. As you know, we support C extension also, so there could be 1 to 8 instructions every cycle in these 16 bytes, depending on whether we are at the end of a cache line or if a branch is predicted taken within the 16 bytes or not. From the instruction extractor, we extract the instructions and then add them to the decoupling buffer, which is the fetched instruction queue. Decode and rename may be stalled because of dispatch telling them that there is a structural hazard ahead. So the fetch doesn't have to stall. It can fill in up to 32 instructions in the FIQ, which is the fetched instruction queue. So decode and rename. Decode is pretty simple. It's a RISC design. The only extra thing that we have to do is decompress 2-byte instructions. We also have a sideband to take care of any early interrupt marking from the interrupt vectors, and also any status bit set by the debugger, like for example, you want to step through in GDB. So that is detected at debug time itself, decode time itself. We also detect mispredictions early in decode. So this is an extra feature in iClass. At decode, you know for a direct conditional branch, let's say branch if equal to 0, right? You know the target at decode time. And if the computer target from at decode time is different from the predicted target, you know it's a definite misprediction. Why should it go through 8 more stages and then trigger a pipeline flush? You might as well tell fetch right away, trigger a mini front-end flush, and re-steer the pipeline. So there are several cases to detect this. That is taken care of at decode as well. Renaming happens to separate physical register files. There have been other commercial codes where renaming happens to slots in the reorder buffer. But here we have separate physical register files, integer and FP files. These are much larger than the architectural registers. And to, if you know what war and WoW hazards are, to remove those and to issue instructions out of order, this is a compulsory step. We also have checkpointing of the map tables, which actually maintain the state after every instruction or every instruction group. So once there is a misprediction due to, let's say, an exception or a branch misprediction, or there is a load fault, any of these, we have the checkpoint so that the pipeline state can be quickly recovered. We go back to that register state and re-steer as soon as possible. So those are the checkpoints on top. Dispatch is simple. I think I just went over that, so I should probably skip this. We check for structural hazards, serialize on special cases. It's the last in-order stage before we enter the scary out-of-order backend. We dispatch instructions to the issue windows, to the load and store queues, and metadata to the ROB. The ROB here is a very simple ROB. It's a circular queue which just maintains instruction metadata, keeps track of exceptions, keeps track of loads that need to be issued conservatively, and so on. There are no data values, no associative search on the ROB. Issue and register read stages. So we have 4 queues. There is one queue which is the system queue, the first one which is in order to issue all your CSR instructions in order. The other 3 queues can issue instructions perfectly out of order as long as the dependencies are maintained. For every, there are 4 clusters as you saw in the first picture. So for every cluster you could pick either 1 or 2 instructions, but there are some restrictions because we only have a limited number of ports. The register files are split for integer and FP. The sizes are configurable. And we fix the ports to be used by each instruction at issue time itself, so there is no dynamic port arbitration and no back pressure in the back end of the pipeline. So this is a design choice we made. It is one of the design choices that simplifies our life later on in the register read stage, if you don't have to do arbitration. Execute, write back, and commit. So as I said, we have 4 clusters, and we have we take care of bypasses from the functional unit stage and the write back stage here. That's why the bypasses as well as the integer and FPRF inputs are shown. There are multiple arithmetic units. Almost all the arithmetic units are pipelined or single cycle units, except for floating point, double and single precision, divide and square root, and integer divide. Commit is in order. We take care of all exceptions. Debugger, single stepping implementation, actual implementation, though we detect at dispatch. Handling fence operations, all atomics and stores, only at commit time. Commit is also important because it frees up ROB space, the load store queue space, frees up checkpoints, updates the branch predictor. It does a host of other things, but the main idea is that, okay, these instructions are really done, right? This is the load store unit. So we saw the issue window. So this is basically the memory issue window. Once it comes out of the cluster 1, once the instruction comes out of a cluster 1, it has its address computer and will either go and sit in the load queue. Either go and sit in the load queue or in the store queue. And these are camp searches. These are pretty power hungry and expensive. But what really happens is we want to issue loads as soon as possible to the memory. So it's just a quick camp search, the store queue. If there is a matching earlier store and there are no conflicts, you can just bypass the value from the store queue to the load queue and we are done. If you don't have, then you send it to the data cache. Also, there are other components in the core, like, for example, load store dependence predictor. Only if the dependence predictor says that you can speculate on a load, you could really go ahead and issue that load. Otherwise, the load has to wait for all the previous stores to be done. So these are some of the other structures. And the L1 data cache is a non-blocking cache, which is currently does 1 request and 1 response every cycle. Has support for up to 12 misses. We have a hardware PTW attached to the DTLB in the MMU. We also have core side, which basically observes the addresses that are coming out of the AGU that we saw earlier, and cache side data prefetchers. You could turn on either of these. And we have a unified L2 cache, soon to be done. Challenges, I think we are coming to the more interesting part, because it's really like end of the day. Out-of-order processors are complex, and I'm sure like pretty much everyone who has read about it or simulated it or done even a small part of it would agree. But they are awesome for performance, so that's why people keep architecting out-of-order cores. So for us, the first challenge is, okay, you need to get it right. So you need to functionally validate the processor, and we have a twofold approach. Simulation, I think Lavanya explained that in the earlier talk. We have extensive testing with simulation to catch the early bugs, and also some very complicated cases where we need to really conform to the RISC-V spec. For example, a rare illegal instruction, just to give an example. But the main challenge has been, how are we going to identify and fix the trillion cycle bug? You will have a bug. I mean, if you notice a bug like after 4 days of simulation, how are you going to go back and track it? So that has been one of the challenges. And debugging in RTL simulation is always easier because we typically use Verilator, and we have a lot of log support in the simulator. So you can observe the logs, okay, something went wrong in the pipeline. We didn't forward the values here, so it got the old value. Something went haywire after that, so that is the point, I'm going to fix it, and you can read the messages. But you don't have any of the support on FPGA. Yes, you have the debugger, you have basic logging support, but it still takes weeks to do it. So the stronger the functional validation is at the simulator level, the better, because you spend less time sitting through FPGA debugging. Once we are functionally done, I mean, ideally we would do this in parallel. We also start working on performance analysis, where we have to aim for high clock frequencies. It's a deep pipeline, as well as have very good IPC. So the key idea for out-of-order design is you need to keep the processor busy. You cannot like wait for 100 cycles for memory and then the entire processor gets stalled. You need to issue younger instructions, keep the processor busy. Reduce wasteful execution, which is basically like your branch prediction, your prefetching, your data dependence prediction. These need to be highly accurate because you do not want to be on the wrong path for hundreds of cycles before detecting, okay, I need to go back and re-execute everything all over again. And you need to spend very little time for data from memory. So you need to issue loads out of order. You need to issue as many instructions as possible out of order. So these are the performance bottlenecks. And we also need to, once we are set on a technology, let's say we're going to prototype on like 28 nanometer just for discussion's sake. You need to optimize for area and power on that technology once you start having access to the PDK and start doing optimizations on that. So the biggest challenge is we need to do all of the above with a very tiny team in an academic setting. So we've been working on this for the last few years. And it's roughly like, I mean, there are folks who work as interns, there are folks who do it as a term project, and there are folks who do a whole year's thesis on this. But then majorly it's been like all the staff members, full-time staff. But I think the effective engineer years spent so far has been like about 12, and of course, counting. It's increasing every year. So currently we are working on improving our branch predictors. This is like the work for the version 2.0 that I showed first, and making some optimizations in the instruction schedulers, enhancements in the data memory system, which include the data cache, the L2, as well as the instruction and data TLBs. We are adding PMP and ECC support. We are adding triggers. We have the debugger in place, but we don't have the hardware breakpoint support yet. It's a little tricky to do in the out-of-order course. So compared to doing it in an in-order course. So we are working on that. We are also validating our core with large tests on FPGAs. By large tests, I mean like the largest input sets we can get for standard benchmarks like Spec CPU 2017. And some of these tests run for like 24, 36 hours on an FPGA, like one test. And we are doing benchmarking with standard benchmarks and tuning. So this process keeps going on and on. Future work, we definitely want to add on other prefetchers because we have had a big boost in performance with the current prefetchers. So we want to add instruction and L2 prefetchers. We are looking at loop buffer, op fusion in the decode state so we can have some power savings as well by turning off the iCache and fetch. We are also looking at some scheduler optimizations in terms of even like further splitting of a couple of different issue queues that we have. Some FPU optimization is also planned. This is specifically with respect to area where we have a single unit that can do single and double precision. Right now we have separate SP and DP FPUs. We want to work on H, which is the hypervisor, PaxMD, and vector extensions pretty soon. I mean, these are things that we want to get started on in the next 6 months to 1 year. And take 4 two-way SMT I-class cores and build a multi-core along with that. That is definitely in the works in the next 1 year. So this is the planned future work. I think I can take questions now. We are hiring. These are some of the folks that have worked on I-class over the last 4 years. So credits to them. And if you are interested, do come and talk. We can talk about internships or full-time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nitya. May I now request Professor Kamakoti, the Director of IIT Madras, to honor the guest with a memento, followed by his closing remarks for the day.
So friends, it has been a very exciting day from where we started till where we have reached the last 7 to 8 years. Just I was rewinding some of the things. Yeah, the journey has well started. We are now in a position to launch many big things with all your interest and support. the main targets in front of us, that we will also try to do whatever we can from here, is to get the education curriculum aligned towards RISC-V. We need to have all the system courses aligned to some of the very important aspects of RISC-V, and that is going to be crucial to the success of this particular RISC-V revolution. Number one. And number two, as you see, it is not just hardware, but it is the entire ecosystem that we need to build. Thanks to all the speakers who have come here and shared their invaluable knowledge to all of us. And I'm sure you will go back with a lot of interest, enthusiasm, and also a much deeper understanding of what it means to develop a processor and a processing environment for the country. I also wish that many investors come and fund some of the startups. Many of you take up entrepreneurship, and we are always open to encourage all these startups, specifically in the area of RISC-V, and take you forward, handhold you. There are many, many very deep things, as you just saw in Nitya's presentation and Lavanya's presentation. I'm sure there are, every word there is a chapter in Hennessy Patterson or some of the recent books in computer architecture. And these books basically teach you the theory and some amount of practice, but as and when we start implementing them, something which gets a very, very good attraction in the academic world, when we put it onto the chip, it will be 1 acre size. It will not fit into the area, it will not fit in the power budget. So a lot of things that we need to work out, and many, many things need to be ironed out, and that all of that comes with an experience. Friends, I have been teaching computer architecture till 2017 and operating system. When the Linux booted on Rice Creek, that's the first time I come to know that before the login prompt comes, 13 million instructions execute before the login prompt comes. So these are some very big eye-openers, and when we booted the first chip and I saw the entire process, it was a big eye-opener. I actually felt whatever I have been teaching so far for the 15 years from 2001 onwards in computer organization was a sheer waste. Okay, so these are some very, as you go deep and start implementing systems, you get a lot of new ideas and you become more and more practical. Definition of engineering is we need to give out very effective, affordable technology. And if that doesn't happen, then there is nothing that engineering will be useful. It's not to do some very fancy design which will not work, or fancy design that works but it will cost $1 million per chip. We need to have an affordable, at the same time, effective technology. And the processor ecosystem, imagine just booting the processor without a printf, right? And that's where you really, that's the real challenge. Today we have simulation environment, but still, we now just had a small review. After 20 hours of working, a quad core is hanging at some very specific point. By the time, several millions of instructions would have executed. So where what went wrong is something debugging becomes extremely difficult. And these are important lessons that we learn when we try to boot up processors, when we try to look at operating systems and compilers, etc. So we have a very long journey to traverse. And from IIT Madras, depending upon in the subsequent way we are progressing, we would like to hold at least one workshop in a particular sector. For example, next 3 months down the line, next quarter, we would like to bring in the automotive industry here and get them to know what are the hardware challenges, what are they facing, and also bring in and also express out what they are looking for from the startups, and specifically from the RISC-V ecosystem. And then today we have 4, 5, I would like to make it 10 startups coming back and saying this is what they could offer. This type of problem and solution matching is what the RISC-V Knowledge Center intends to do. So we'll have workshop every quarter, some Sunday like this, and one annual RISC-V summit, which we would like to do on a yearly basis. The next 4 or 5 years, we have to do it very rigorously, and I'm sure we will have something very big to contribute to our country. So again, I take this opportunity to thank all of you who have put this workshop together and all the others who have come on a Sunday and listened to us. And thanks for this interest. Please take back the message to your respective colleges, to your friends. Please tell them what is RISC-V. Also develop more interest. And let us all work together to make our national instruction set architecture a very successful one. Thank you very much, and see you shortly.
Thank you so much, Professor Kamakoti. So we have come to a conclusion. May I now request Dr. M.J. Shankaraman, CEO of IITM Pravartak Technologies Foundation, to recite the word of thanks, followed by the national anthem.
So, being a last speaker, but I think this is our tradition to thank everyone who made this event possible. First, 4 important people. First is the director, because 3 weeks back he called up and said that this is pending for more than 2 years, if we remember correctly. Because after COVID, we wanted to conduct one with Callista Redmond, and we talked and talked and talked. Finally, he said you have to do it on August 6th. So we were given 3 weeks to organize this event. So it's a very interesting conversation on the review of Pravartak on that day. The second person we want to thank is Hon'ble Minister of State, Shri Rajeev Chandrasekar ji. One of the reasons is that he has been a driving force behind DIRV initiative. And it's very difficult to find a minister who is an architect and driving this initiative. So I think India is really lucky to have such a minister who is very, very, very helpful in getting this initiative up and running. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this position what we are in today. Third is the support of RISC-V International, Callista Redmond. She had 3 conversations, and she was asking us to conduct one RISC-V worldwide event. Hopefully that should also happen. We should take it up with RISC-V International, and that should happen here. So we will also try that. Fourth person, very important person, Krishna Kumar Rao, the program manager for DIRV. He's been driving the Vega effort. Okay, we thank him for his presentations on the kinds of boards which is available. I think people should start using it. Forget about all those Arduino boards. Now you are not even getting it, I suppose, or the cost is very high. So please move on to RISC-V boards. We also thank Arjun Menon, the speakers in that order, who talked about secure boot. Mostly it is not part of your syllabus, so I think you learned something new with secure boot. Then I also thank Sharad D. Kaul, IESC. He explained what is the open landscape for RISC-V. And I think you have an open field today. If you are a young kid, you are in the same stage where we were in the 1990s. Okay, the whole area is opened up. And I think the only difference is that in those days we did not have the necessary tools. Today you have the tools, so you are at an advantage. Unfortunately, Java has killed it. But I think you should go back to your roots, know about systems programming, know about architecture, know about digital circuits. It's not about AIML. You can use AML later in your life. It will still live, but processors will die quickly if you don't do it. Okay, so please take this as a challenge. We also thank Saurav Roy. Many of you do not understand what it is being a fellow in a company. Okay, so we thank you, sir, for sparing your time and giving us that wonderful talk, which is very practical, because we have learned a lot of theory in the universities, but what he gave us talk is the real core of the industry, which we miss. Then I thank Sharon for showing that today you should have hardware software co-design rather than just someone doing a hardware design or a software design. I think that's a very good point made by Sharan. That's why RISC-V designs will be successful if you follow this kind of an approach. We thank Gopakumar, who had gone through our grind, especially Vasan's grind, and that's the reason Vasan gave memento to Gopakumar. We have done a wonderful job of Secure Weave. Thank you, Gopa, for your talk also. Next is Lavanya. She is the ambassador of RISC-V. Literally, if you go to RISC-V's webpage, she is the ambassador of RISC-V. Okay, so, and her efforts on verification is really fantastic. Please make use of her tools, and your designs, you must verify using her tools. Next is Nitya Ranganathan, Dr. Rikyanandan, One Woman Army. Okay, her RISC I class, she's a single person handling the complete I class. I don't know how many I can even appreciate the complexity of that. Okay, you should do it to appreciate the complexity. But that is going to make your life easy. So that's the point. We thank Vishesh Rajaram, Special Invest. He has been with IIT Madras. He has invested in a lot of deep tech startups. And once he walked into Pravartak, he said, what are all the companies whom I can fund for? That was his first question, rather than what are these companies doing and things like that. So we thank him for this. One person who was very silent, who came in the morning and then left, is our project director, because believe it or not, we told him that yesterday that, sir, tomorrow there's an event. He said, okay, Shankaraman, I'll come. Okay, he's such a nice person. And he just walked in and said that, hey, Shankaraman, how is it going on? Okay. So we thank Professor Devendra Jalihal for this. The special thanks to the audience, because let me tell you something. I mean, on a Sunday, asking you to come for a RISC-V, even though the food is from quality in hotel, but you still have to come here. Okay, that has actually shows that you have the entrepreneur spirit, because an entrepreneur works for 24/7. Okay, so please use this, push this, students especially, use this working days. Sunday should be working days, and be job creators rather than, going and working in some company. Okay, so I thank you people for sparing a Sunday and coming here. The most important people next in line is the volunteers. Let me tell you, yesterday at around 8 o'clock, 4 or 5 o'clock when I came here, none of this setup was up. But today morning when I came, this place was totally different. So I know volunteers have worked. People who got this infrastructure up were working the whole night. Thanks to them. We thank the Research Park administration for providing such a lovely auditorium with a very good AC. Okay, in spite of the weather outside. Then, most important, my team at Pravartak, who hates me, but who does a wonderful job and mentions that you never appreciate whenever you do a wonderful job. And so here I tell you that you have done a wonderful job in front of all the people, okay? The next is, most important is Rudra. I know of one request which I put yesterday at around 6 o'clock. Evening, and 8:30 he said, sir, everything is done. Okay, I don't want to tell what incident it is, but within 2.5 hours he said everything is done. And I also want to thank the singers in the morning. I wanted to thank them separately, but he said they are very busy now. So if there is anyone else whom I have missed, we apologize, but thanks to everyone for attending this event. Hope this inspires you to start working on RISC-V, taking some risks, quote unquote. Okay? Thank you very much. A national anthem, please stand up for the national anthem.
Janagana mana adhinayaka jaya he Bharat bhagya vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Banga Vindhya Himachala Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladi Taranga Tava Shubha Name Jage शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गा